YouTube stream is live. Alrighty, let's look at the OTA and see it together. Again, if you're just tuning in, I have not seen it. This is the only thing I've seen. Does anyone have a link? Anyone have a link to like where they actually write about it? I mean, I guess I can use the Discord. Discord. Oop. Game news. March 13th, a balance update. Let's see what they have to say. In this week's balance update, we'll be retuning the Hela archetype after its incorporation of Scar and adjusting Doom 2099 to be more in line with other 4-cost options, and fixing an outlier interaction with Sam Wilson. Additionally, we'll be buffing some iconic favorites that have fallen out of favor, as well as trying to get Bruce Banner into a more acceptable long-term power range. Boo! Fuck Bruce Banner. What's up, Blue? Fuck Bruce Banner. Hela, 6'9" to 6'6". Fucking called it. Swordmaster, 3'7" to 3'6". Fucking called it. Literally said both those things. If you've been tuning into the streams, literally I've been saying that like all week. Actually been saying that all week. We'll snooze the ad. We'll snooze the auto ad so we can yap our way through this. This is exactly what I said was going to happen. Looks like they trimmed more than I thought, though. So, Hellcow, 4'6". Black Cat, 2'6". Jesus Christ. They were really, they went for the throat, huh? Last OTA, we took some large steps to wrangle the Searcher strategy into a spot that will allow it to exist as a part of a healthy metagame for the long term. Now, the Searcher deck is still enjoying success, but a much more manageable play rate on ladder. As a consequence of that, the movement from 6 to 7 cost with Scar is that Hela got a large strength injection by giving it a unique cost high power card. It feels weirdly worded. Alright, before the Scar change, Hela was balanced, sometimes slightly underperforming, but giving it means to generate an additional 12 points with its best draw has taken it to strongest deck levels. Yeah! Suck my nuts, everyone who said, actually, Hela doesn't need to be nerfed. Boom. Strongest deck levels. Haha, just play a counter, bro. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I don't mean for this to be so aggressive, but it's fucking true, dude. I get so sick. I get so sick of the actually, Hela's not that bad. Just play a counter deck, guys. Like, great. This tells me counter wasn't good enough. Sometimes the consequences of changes to solve problems cascade into other problems. It was possible to predict that Hela would be an issue with the Scar change, but given where it was on the ladder, we would rather let things play out naturally than try and map out all the implications of a large-scale change, especially one the magnitude of shaking up Scar or Searcher's stranglehold on the metagame. Yeah, like, I think that's kind of fair. Where does that leave us? For now, we're comfortable accepting that Scar and to some extent Thaddeus Ross are buffing the Hela strategy. If anything, it's good that Scar has another home after we nerfed it, but Hela's point generation is just too large relative to the effort asked of you. As a result, we're downward adjusting it in other ways. From Hela, Swordmaster, and Hellcow, we've naturally cut 5 points of total power. Just from the setup and payoff cards on the deck you want to play, we suspect this is likely to leave the deck still in a stronger position than pre-Scar to 7, but it does trim some of the incidental power along the way. These are pretty straightforward changes. Black Cat's the trickier one. For the OTA, Black Cat didn't have much of a role anywhere except being a free stat stick for Hela. She was too unreliable to play in most normal decks as an above-rate card. We've tried her at 3-8. That didn't do enough. So rather than just adjust her again to that stat line, with the goal of just simply nerfing Hela, we're trying a sideways experiment here. 2-6 is pretty impressive. We've seen that with Lizard. We're interested to monitor her appeal in other decks as a risk-reward card. Yeah, I mean, this seems reasonable. This is pretty much exactly what I thought they would do. They just went for more points than I thought. I 100% called Hela 6-6, Swordmaster 3-6. I didn't know they would go much further than that, but I'm not unhappy about it. End of turn. 4-3. Add a Doombot to a random location if you played exactly one card. We're adjusting the Doombots. Doombots. Ongoing. Your other Doombots in Doom have +1 power. 4-0. Shut up, Anakin. All right. The package of Zabu, Psylocke, and Doom have been incorporated into a variety of winning strategies for some time now. We've made adjustments to Doom, but none have been substantial enough to decrown him as the de facto strongest 4-cost card in the game. Much of Doom's potency being tied to the strength of ramping him out has made him a tricky one to manage relative to other 4s. Debated knocking his power again, but he only has one real adjustment left. Moving to 4-1 would arguably make him stronger because of Ravonna. Ultimately, we decided that wasn't enough of a change. We're selling this. I don't know about this one. I don't feel like Doom was actually that nuts, but I think he probably was pretty nuts across the larger player base because it's just so fucking easy to play. Doom is so easy to play. And it felt like the times you really got screwed by Doom were if he accidentally filled up a lane you didn't want. So like, I get it. Little surprised because, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys see a lot of Doom? I don't think I've seen like any. I've seen like 3 Dooms in the past week or something. So I'm a little confused by that, but not super confused. This is a huge nerf, though. I mean, it was already big losing a point. Losing 2 is like... Losing 2 from his original form is a lot. This should be an average adjustment of about 3 total power. Hope is that will get him closer to the correct spot. We still want Doom to be strong, but hopefully he won't be so clearly outcompeting other 4-cost options. Truthfully, I don't believe this is true. I mean, I'm biased because I play at pretty high up, but I don't think he really is outcompeting other 4-cost options. The only place he's outcompeting other 4s is the Spectrum deck. And even then, there are strong versions of the Spectrum deck without Doom. And probably Arsham's the biggest one. Where I feel like only Galacta is competing with on-curve 4-drops that you play on turn 3 in Arsham. So I don't know about this change. Sam Wilson, Captain America. Game start, add the shield to random location. Ongoing can move the shield. The shield is a 0/1. Sure. Sam has shown up in a variety of decks. Happy to keep him mostly in his current state. He's strong. We don't like his interaction with Cole Obsidian. Cole's inclusion in decks that don't even play 1 cost is very much against the spirit of the design. Being able to sport an undercosted 10 power card is a huge boost. Yeah, sure. Loki, 1/2. Sure, I guess. We haven't been quite satisfied with Loki since this is an attempt at a half step between his current version and his previous iteration where he drew a card. Sure, I guess. We're open to further iteration if this isn't good enough. Thanos changes. 6/12 Thanos. Space Stone 1/2. Okay. Sure. In a similar vein to Loki, Thanos has been in a slump. We believe there's an opportunity to improve him without a full reversion of the metagame menace. I think it's pretty hard to go back to the old metagame menace without reverting Time Stone. Thanos has 2 primary weaknesses. One, that he himself is much less appealing to play in the stones, and that his stones quickly take up a considerable amount of board. We've aimed to help both those issues by increasing Thanos' base power, as well as increasing the power of Space Stone. One of the Infinity Stones that you often feel the worst about leaving on board if you can't blow it up yourself. Is that really the Space Stone? I feel like that's the Reality Stone. But okay, sure. Wolverine is becoming a 2/3. Sure. Monitoring the traditional destroy deck found it lacking. Sure. Ladder point is always something we want to be careful of. As a change like this does have the potential to dramatically skew the new player experience. I do not think giving Wolverine 1 point is going to dramatically skew the new player experience. I think that is a vast... I don't know. I am deeply saddened that the only high Evo buff is Bruce fucking Banner. Players have been disappointed in the state of Bruce Banner since his release, and his play rate reflects that, so we're taking a dramatic swing here. In addition to going from a 1-4 to a 1-3, we're also allowing the Hulk to keep any bonuses. These pair of changes will not only give him a substantial increase in expected point generation, but we hope will make him a lot more fun to play with as well. Yeah, for one side of the table. Deep Space is bugged with Iron Patriot and will be temporarily removed from the location pool. That feels like it's a bit late. All right. I mean, overall, probably a W patch. I had hoped a few things here might have been different. I'm happy to see the throat cut out of Hela, even though I bet it's still a playable deck, but it should in no way have been as strong as it was, and it's gone. I don't love the Doom change, but I can at least understand it for the larger player base. Because Doom is really easy to play, and basically Doom's getting the Surtur treatment, which is decks that are very easy to play, I think, balloon upwards in this game, just because, I don't know, the barrier to playing them correctly is lower. So people generally have more success with them than decks that don't fall under that category. So even though I don't think this card was really problematic at a higher level, I can at least understand the idea. The Sam change seems fine. A little sad for Zoo. Can't buff it with Kazar anymore, but like, whatever. Won't affect a lot of the things. It does, you know, fuck over the Surtur deck a bit. But I think this was probably the correct thing to do. The Loki change seems fine. I like the Thanos change. I like this change. I don't like any buff to Bruce Banner ever because I just don't want this to be a playable card. I'm a Bruce Banner hater, but overall, I would say solid enough OTA. I like that. It feels like this is a bit more jam-packed than we usually get. It definitely feels like there's more substance here rather than just little +1, -1s, even though, I mean, it is mostly stat changes. Yeah, I don't know. Seems all right to me. Seems all right. I think Bruce Banner is going to bait so many people into playing High Evo. I don't think I'm going to buy this card. I think I'm going to hold strong. Because nothing I have seen about the metagame with the decks that haven't been adjusted in this OTA leads me to believe that High Evo is a good deck. Buy it. I don't want to. I'd probably play it if I bought it during Sanctum, and I was low-key worried that this OTA was going to make me regret not buying it in Sanctum, but currently it doesn't. Currently it doesn't. I'm sure I'm going to get hulked out on a few times, but whatever. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone's day going? So, what do we do? Perfect nerf to Sam's shield, just killed like 4 decks of mine. Big rip, big rip. How about the keeping buffs aspect? I think that's a cool change. I don't think it's likely to make a massive difference, but it is a bit of a buff in High Evo if they're running Misty Knight, right? The best buff to Bruce Banner would be making him Series 3, based and true. So what am I most interested in about this patch? I'm interested in seeing less Hela. I'm interested in seeing if this card is playable. I'm interested in Thanos for sure, although I think he's still catching a lot of strays. And that's probably the main things. And I'm interested to see what decks can succeed now that you don't auto-lose to Hela in some matchups. Because that was the big thing keeping down my Destroy deck. I mean, it's possible other things will keep it down too, but where is this light coming from? I'm getting like a little light. Hold on, let me see if shutting the shade helps. That helped. Did it? Okay. Like, I think this deck, you just died to Hela every time. Or almost every time. Unless Hela died to itself, which wasn't super common. So, yeah. This is probably a big winner of the patch. We'll see how it holds up. I wonder how they can change Arsham. Honestly, and this is a rare admission from me, so cherish it. As much as I, on a personal level, hate this card with, like, every fiber of my being, I don't find it to be that, like, largely problematic in the game right now. Like, I hate playing against it. It'll always be the thing I hate the most. But, like, balance-wise, I don't think they're gonna do anything to it anytime soon, because I don't think it's putting up metrics to make them do that. All right. Darth Vader over here. All right. So what are we doing with these changed cards? Arsha makes me Hulk out. Yeah, me too. Okay. Favorites. So, like, Loki's the obvious one, right? You can turn one Loki and Arsham. That's true. I question if turn one Loki's actually that good anymore. Because, like, here's the thing we got to remember. Here's the thing we have to remember with Loki is one of the big benefits of, like, turn one Loki back in the day was that Arsham had +1 energy from the start of the game. And how good Loki is always depends on the metagame, right? Like, when people are playing good stuff stat cards, Loki's usually pretty good because you don't need to draw your cards in a certain order. But if people are playing, like, I don't know, I mean, I guess Agamotto decks are kind of good stat stuff, but you don't get any of the Agamotto cards, which are giving those decks a boost. It is a big buff to the card, for sure. Also, I think I'm going to use the Art Germ one. Because I'll get a bunch of Art Germ variants. There's got to be something with Eitri Agamotto. Loki, though, right? There's got to be something to this. Is it just like the regular Agamotto deck, or do we tweak it more? I don't think we tweak it that much more. I think we put in Sam because Sam's the GOAT of these kind of decks. Quinn also, yeah, I guess, I mean, Quinjet's pretty good. Quinjet does a lot of good things. I can buy that. Probably Gorgon. You cut up the Agamotto, make it more consistent. I don't know if Loki, even at a 1-drop, is... I don't know if the consistency of getting Loki is better than the option of being able to do Agamotto stuff. It might be. I guess that's what we're going to find out. Black Cat's had such a wild ride, hasn't she? How have they not touched Kang? I think the reason I think they told us why they haven't touched Kang. They just like to avoid touching Kang because I think he's like a coding nightmare. And so he gets like left out. Like they just seems like a back burner type of card. Yeah, I suggest Fastos. Dude, how did Fastos not have a pity point, man? Just give this man a pity point. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's his spotlight week. Give him a fucking pity point, bro. Give him a singular point of power. I don't even think it would fix it, but like it would help. It would help. Also, so weird. Like, here's something I don't understand. Loki was last week, right? Or was that 2 weeks ago? Loki was 2 weeks ago because it was during the last OTA. I don't understand how, like, I get why it might take longer to do a Loki change if they were actually changing something fundamental about the card. But when you're just shaving a cost off of it, I don't understand why this wasn't in the last OTA when Loki was in Spotlights. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I genuinely don't get it. It's like, I feel like their balancing team and their Spotlight team don't communicate at all. You know? I don't understand. Like, if they were working on, like, something that required more, I don't know, a change that was more than just a simple number change, I would get it. Because it was like, okay, maybe they needed to do a little bit more work with coding it, but it's just fucking taking a number off of it. Why wasn't this, like, 2 weeks ago? Have you seen how Second Inner behaves with the Spotlights? You're not wrong. You're not wrong on that one, friend. Galacta. These are the same people that Nebula and Nimrod put Nebula and Nimrod in Spotlights 2 weeks before going to Series 3. See, that I at least understand more because I think they locked the Spotlights in before they made those decisions. So it's like I can at least, even though I don't like the outcome, I can at least see where it's coming from. With this, like, they already knew it was in the Spotlight. They already had said multiple times they wanted to buff Loki. I just don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. I would love some clarification on why they think that's a good idea. They want to spread FOMO about skipping caches, dodge the pay-to-win accusations by buffing when they're actually available. I don't even think they gain much from doing that. I don't think they gain very much by trying to dodge pay-to-win allegations. Because they're not like you can make the same argument doing it now, right? You could say, well, they buffed Loki when it's no longer in Spotlight, so now if you want to try out the newly buffed Loki and you don't have it, you have to spend 6k tokens. So I don't even think they dodged those. And I think even if they did, it doesn't actually benefit them that tangibly. It's just like, it just genuinely doesn't make sense to me. Again, like, I would get it if they were, like, doing another, like, rework to the card or something. Where it's like, okay, maybe they need a little more time to actually implement the mechanic. But when you're just slashing a number off of it, I genuinely don't understand why you wouldn't do it during the... Because, like, let's be honest. Even when people were saying, like, oh, look at them, they're buffing She-Hulk the week it's in a bundle, or they're buffing this card when it's in the cache. Do people actually care about that? I've gotten the vibe that people really don't. A lot of people really do not care. If anything, if it's an underplayed card, I think it's better to do that than to buff it like a week or two later. I think it's just better to do it while the card is available than to do it while it's stuck behind the 6k token wall. I think it's actually better for the average player. Because I think the average player has more keys than they do tokens. And so it's easier for them to gamble a key on a card or use their keys on a card rather than spending tokens. It's very confusing to me. I genuinely don't get it. Genuinely don't understand that one. Are we just werewolfing? So what do we have for big things for images? We have Rocket and Groot, we have Galacto, we have Agamotto. Maybe it's just, is it safe to not run Shang-Chi? Well, if we're not running Shang-Chi, we can't give opposing Lokis Shang-Chi. That's a positive. Kami-Shin with the marbles. We can do a little marbling. Adam Warlock for faster Loki draw. I don't know if this deck has the early stats for Out of Morlock. Don't get the mess of Hella changes. When they said she was balanced before the Scar change and they could have just changed Death to 7. I don't think they want to... I think that's just not how they want to balance. I don't think they want Death to... I mean, it would be a buff to Death, but... I just don't think they want to adjust Death for the sake of Hella, and then it runs into the same problem again as soon as you print another 8-cost card or whatever, which is probably rare, but... I'm getting PTSD on the Loki mirrors and running tech cards. Yeah. Dude, Loki PTSD is so fucking real. If you weren't around for the peak Loki, you don't know the battle scars we have endured. It was real bad, man. It was real bad. I mean, Gwen seems pretty good with Loki Quinjet. Also another good image target. We need one more card. It could be Wolf, it could be Shang. I kind of like Wolf. I've been enjoying playing Wolf. Bum, bum, bum. I'm not confident this card is going to be the nuts at 1. It's going to depend a lot on what people are playing. Like, Loki's always been a punish to general good stuff decks, and there are a bunch of good stuff decks around. But it's really, really bad into more intricate or like combo-y decks. Like Discard's a real good example of that. Discard, traditionally very good against Loki. And trust me, I get it. Loki was my most hated card in this game for a very long time before Arsham came around. But then they made it bad for like a year. How does Loki work against Arsham? It's your opponent's starting deck. So no stones, no Arsham cards, no Agamotto cards. It's just whatever the 12 cards they had in their deck at the start of the game. But yeah, this looks reasonable. Let's try it. Oh, we have a quick marbles to run though. We have a quick marbles to run before I forget. Let's do it. How do you think this OTA patch will affect M'Baku? That's a great question. It's a great question that I wish I had a great answer for. Well, now Loki's competing for M'Baku's slot. So maybe negatively. Did I get anything on the sale? Was there a Steam sale? That probably answers that question. No, I didn't really buy anything. I have too many Steam games as it is. I just bought Monster Hunter 2, and I have had not enough time to play it. Let's do this one. Alright. Quick little marbles game. Oh, it started today? I see. Spring sale. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Do not tempt me. The last thing I need to do is buy more games that I don't have time to play. Exclamation mark play, speaking of which, to get a marble. Get you a marble to race. This one's kind of cool. I feel like, did they do something in the update to let people have like more interesting, I don't know, tracks? I feel like I've seen an uptick in really creative, like the colors and the patterns they use on these tracks. I feel like they did not used to be this cool, and there have been way more cool ones. Marvel Rivals is 100% off at the moment. Velatro's cheaper. Velatro I bought on release and still haven't played. It does look like lava. It's that super hot fire. All right, 25 marbles lined up at the starting line. Let's get our final countdown going. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to get your marble in. Do, 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 do. Um, 10 seconds. Final call, final call. Do, do, do. And they're off. The marbles are ascending to the middle of the lava. Who's going to make it down first? It is Diet Clorox, it looks like. Walk out in front. Pretty close race so far, though. Horror Story getting down here. Mr. Paw going to be the first one on the other side of the circle there, though. Going to give him a little bit of a head start. Go, 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 Mr. Paw, go. Up the hill. This marble is defying gravity as we know it. Wait, he's on the ceiling? Oh no, he's coming down. More marbles are coming down. Dodging the hammer. Ooh. Almost got hit there. We got a pack of 4 up in front here. They're going to go their separate ways, though. Which way is the better way? I think Quack's in the lead. Yep, they're gaining some momentum here. So is Mr. Paw, though. Did Mr. Paw just fall through the course? Big rip, dude. Big rip. I'm not even sure what happened there. Quack's still leading. We're getting close to the end. Mike Enjoyer, 69, though, taking the lead. But Horror Story still close behind him. Do-do-do. Wait, it's Milk Enjoyer, not Mike Enjoyer. I think they might have it. I think they might have it here. As long as they stick the landing, they're good. And it looks like they will stick the landing. It'll be our first place for this marbles race. Congratulations. Whoa, Crazy Lewis jumping outside the middle thing to secure third. Good strat, good strat. Was I the first to die? I don't know. We're about to find out. Let's see where the remainder of the marbles are. Looks like these are the last 3 left. Down they go. Down they go. Congratulations to Milk Enjoyer 69. Earning the coveted VIP. And congrats to our other top 10 finishers. Horror Story, Crazy Lewis, Quack, Longfellow, Witch's Apprentice, Clado, Keepog, Diet Clorox, and Pinky. Ooh, ouch. That is a rough DNF for Mr. Paw. That is a rough one. He did kind of get robbed, not gonna lie. He did get robbed. So we are going to give some 07s to Mr. Paw, as is tradition. There must always be a sacrifice, and today it is, unfortunately, Mr. Paw. You hate to see him go, but you love to see him walk away. Good luck, Godspeed, and we'll see you on the other side, friend. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Marbles. Thanks for playing. Hope you had fun. Back to our regularly scheduled snapping. All right. Let's start with this, I guess. Do I have a Loki avatar? Did we announce to the world we're playing Loki? I don't have a fancy one, but I do have this one. Let's go with this. This. Theme it up. I move. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Welcome. Bit of fresh air to the meta does wonders. True that. True that it does. Ooh. This is not doing wonders to the start of this game for me, though. Oh, look. Untapped has a Banish Zone now. That's cool. Very cool. Snapping me. So let's map out these turns. Galacton 4. And I'll stay because we have Jug. Okay. Do this because I think I want to try and throw Prio. They're playing Nerf to Doom. Interesting. Dude, I wish I had a 1-drop. 1-drop would be so sick here. Could just do this. Although we're probably gonna leave because of the Citadel. Valkyrie. Honestly, based. Incredibly based. Incredibly based Valkyrie play. Why is this buffed? Oh, for the Valkyrie. That makes sense. I mean, we could cope stay this. I could cope stay this. Did we just straight lose to Doom? Probably, right? Because we have 9, 10, 11. Did I order this right? This. Eh, whatever. I don't feel like doing Doom math. So, we're going to cope stay and see how it goes. We're going to hope the Doombot does not go mid or right. It might just be straight dead to it anyway, but how do I feel about the OTA? I think it seems okay, but we'll see. Go left, go left, go left. I'm asking you nicely to go left, please. Yes, let's fucking go. If it didn't go left, we were dead. If it didn't go left, we were very dead. So that, I mean, that was cope, but it was more I didn't want to do the Doom math. This is the OTA of all time. It certainly is. Kopamoto wins. Oh, thanks, Blue. Dude, I really have to fucking make a button to fix my my thing after marbles. I think it's fixed. Is it fixed? No, it's not. Oop. There it is. It happens literally every time I do marbles. I always forget to switch back. Oh, wait, why? Oh, dude, this is annoying. Why can't... Okay, I don't like this untap change if I can't see the fucking deck size. That's actually really annoying. Why does it say 1? That's really bad. I dislike that strongly. You can see it at the bottom. Now I can see it. Why wasn't it showing it before? Is the 2 too long? Like, it was just saying 1 dot. It's buggy. Yeah. It's a new feature, so I get it. Kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. Ugh. It's awkward. I'm just gonna try and get ahead. So what's our final turn looking like? Seems reasonable. Let's see. Oh, fuck off, you lucky little fucker. They only have 2 cards, though. And I have Prio. What I wanted to do... I mean, I guess I can still do it. Seems not great, though.
What are you doing?
Damn, guessed wrong. They have Shang. Oh well. Or not. They just have Big Galacta. Oh, they have Shang. Yeah, that was the play I originally wanted to do, was Jug the Right. The reason I didn't do it, I mean, would we have lost anyway to 12 power Shang? Would have been... We would have lost to Big Shang anyway, right? Because it would have been 12 mid. I mean, I got really screwed by this. This picking Rocket and Groot was real bad for me. Because the original plan was to Jug the Right to protect against Shang, but I was like, well, they have like fucking 3 cards in hand. Surely they don't have it. But they did have it. Who do JTF and Phoenix have to do with each other? JTF? Joaquin Torres? I mean, is that just... Jet just loves playing Phoenix Force decks. Jet is the #1 Phoenix Force fan. But yeah, winning the 1 and 3 on that fucking Rocket and Groot was real bad for me. All right. Shang-Chi Snap, it feels like. That or maybe Images. Am I going to have to put Shang back in this deck? Probably. Wins. Okay. That's fine. +1 energy. Sure. All right, we're twinning. I think King Eitri important to get down here. I think I'd rather buff him than the wolf. Concerning. Does the change to Bruce change your mind on getting him? Not really. He seems like a card only for high evo, and I don't think buffing Bruce was the help high evo needed. I wish this didn't put the werewolf in the middle, but it still demands them do something. I can't play it left. Arg, that's annoying. Oh wait, I can put the werewolf left though. So we go this here, this here, this here. Wait, no. Order. This here. Get him, Juggernaut. You can buff Banner and not worry about wasting if he hulks out. I mean, I think that is a fine change. I think that's a pretty solid change. Agamotto. Copycat. Nice. Get our 4 cubes back. Juggernaut, OP, dude. Juggernaut real good in these Agamotto mirrors. Thanks to the Black Cat change, I can make a Copium C6 deck based. Yeah, Black Cat could be cool to try out, honestly. Just as like a 2/6 that you'll sometimes discard. I am tempted to try Thanos too. Thanos feels like more of a try it and conquest type beat though. Alright. The people want to know, how good is a turn 1 Loki? Let's find out together, shall we? What's up, Vanta? Let me know if you come up with anything cool for Thanos. You are quite the Thanos cook. I still love that that Destroyed one you did a while ago. That was a really fun deck. All right, so it's an Affliction deck, so we're going to hope very hard that... Oh, well, actually, this is very good. I'm just going to play this for power. You hit their Luke Cage and win. I can also shut off their Luke Cage, which is nice. All right, well, now it's a 50-50 to shut off the cage, but still acceptable. Still sets up nicely into images. Let's go. We're a skilled gamer. Honestly, this seems kind of silly, but I think the play here, it's either images or anti-venom, but anti-venom is better on the final turn. So I think I'm just going to say we're a 2-wolf gamer. Because there's enough affliction on the board, or if they play Ajax, I can just shang it, right? Yeah, I don't win the Iron Patriot thing, but like, I can just shang it. The Shang will clear this. Is it enough power, though, to win the lane on its own? Not really. Maybe Double Werewolf wasn't the move. I mean, I could just do this. This is probably the play. It's committing a lot, but... Alternatively, we could just Ultron. We could just play the card Ultron. Although, if we play Ultron, it's probably better here. Oh, no, but then the Wolves move. No, I think it's just this. Hope they don't have Man-Thing. Well, it's kind of hard for them, right? They need, like, Man-Thing, right, and a 2-drop. All right, I think we did it, chat. I think we did it. I think we completed the mission. Why did the anti-venom... Oh, because they silenced Galactus. Or Galacta. Yeah, they did have a free anti-venom card. Worked out, though. Well, opponents suffered from the classic lose to their own cards conundrum, giving us a Shang. Is Loki good now? I have no idea. Honestly, I feel like the powerful thing we did this game was make 2 werewolves and generate their Shang. Like, so I guess it's the classic Loki moment of don't run a tech card that dunks your deck, right? That was always a Loki classic. Bum, 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 bum. Love that Luke Cage, that 1 card keeping affliction in check. Are there any other cards like that? Yeah, Mobius for sure. Last 3 days, nothing but 100 credits from the Galactus pull. Feels bad, man. Loki variant is good. We didn't get any cool... I guess there weren't any Archums for that. Let's do our... Galactus Gamble. Galactus Gamble. The classic daily gamble. Give us this day our daily gamble. What will we get today? What are the chatters betting on today? I want some high energy.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Jet Raid. What's up, Jet? Welcome in, Jet Enjoyers. If you guys don't know Jet, you should check him out. Another great content creator. Especially if you love all things Phoenix Force. Did you pick up the variant yesterday, Jet? I was really tempted, but I didn't want to spend the gold. But the variant was a banger for Misery. It was a bit of a banger. I'm saving for the Rian album, though. Didn't have gold. Classic, yeah. I have a bunch of gold, but there's a Rian album coming up, so I'm trying to save it. Also, does anyone know when that bundle's dropping with the Rian... What's his name? Symbiote dude. I could check, but I figure someone in chat might know. Gore. Gore is the name of the card I was blanking on. Gotta get breakfast? No worries, man. No worries. Breakfast into sleep. Classic. I know that sleep schedule well. Have a good night, man. Thanks again. All right. Let's see what we're gonna get. Traditionally, we have gotten mostly 100, 200 copper border. There was 500 in there. We're getting a new Gore variant in a bundle. We are. We're also getting 200 credits. Not bad. Not the most exciting, but not the worst. While we're here, let's take a look at when the bundle is coming out. Current and upcoming. Let's see. It might not be till April. Might be saving for a bit. There's Fenris, there's Cosmo. Oh, this is cool. What if Hela? I really liked the What If episode with Hela in season 2. I thought it was fun. It was cool that gets a variant. Okay, so it's a ways away. It's a ways away. Damn, that is a cool looking bill. It's a cool looking Cerebro too. Sheesh. It's badass. Might actually be the best Cerebro. You can see Charles entering. Very cool. Very cool. Where the hell is this bundle I'm talking about? Here it is. Mid-April. Drops in mid-April. At least it has a bunch of gold. I'm not really... Tokens aren't something that motivates me usually, but... At least the gold offer isn't terrible. This will be the most expensive thing I've got in a minute. But I gotta keep my collection together. It's pretty good. It is pretty good. Alrighty, let's get back to the game. You and I, bum 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 bum. Adam Warlock. That's good. Is Moon Girl good for us? I guess. Quinjet helps shut off the sandbar. Loki. Sam. Sure. So it's this. Next turn. Wait, we can set up for double Juggernaut. That seems like a... Oh, they're going to clog the right, I guess. So double Jug might not be good. Also Wiccan. Loki Wiccan, eh? Gets reset by Shadow King. Like to his base. Or I'm confused. Yeah, I did see the Rian drama. It was kind of sad to see. There's some tracing stuff. Feels bad, man. We're juicing. Who drama? Rian Gonzalez, the artist. It was a little bit ago. Alright, so... Does this ever win? Maybe. This here, this here. Actually, this here. No. This here. This here. This here. It's kind of copium, but... We all huff a little copium from time to time. There's no shame in it. Am I supposed to jug first, though? I think I am. I think I am. Wow, Gore right seems like a massive overcommitment to me. Dude, no, that was the only card that lost us the game. If it moved any of the other 3 cards, we win. Even if they put the shield on the right, we win there. Bummer. We lost the 1 and 4. Can you make the deck from left and right smaller? I think there's a setting to do that on tap, but I'll be honest, I don't remember. But I think there's an option for that. Could be wrong. I think it's better to turn 1 Eitri than turn 1 Loki. Is it better? The people want turn 1 Loki, so we will give it to them. Oh wow, he's snapping on 1. I'm so surprised. Fuck this guy. Alright, well. We're doing the thing. Why are we hating this guy? Because he BMs like a dickhead. He BMs like a dickhead. Well, that's pretty good for me. Oh, what? How? Oh, 0. Of course. Of course. He gets the one card that stops the fucking thing. Although Panther on the right is probably not bad. We get a draw too. It's pretty strong. Snappable? I'm thinking about it. I'm so not used to playing the Loki mirrors. I'm very out of practice when it comes to that. Probably snappable though. Fuck it. Never know if he's being a dick or trying to be friendly. It's always been a dick in my case. But that's just me. Galacta. Big King E-Tree. Sure. This goes... Wait. No, go back, go back. This goes here, this goes here. We have Prio. Is it better to Alioth? We have Prio. I think the main thing... I think they're going to go in on this lane. Alioth mid, I'm worried that might not be good enough. We have 4 cards. We'll do this just in case. Maybe it's this. But I'm thinking if they have Jug, it's better to do this. Screw it. Yeah. Suck my nuts. Got him. Oh god, dude. I'm already feeling the PTSD creeping in from old Loki. How was the negative matchup versus Loki? I forgot. I believe back in the day that was still negative favored, but not like massively. Like it was slightly in negative's favor. Negative got better since then though. Question if I may. I changed my name in game. Do I have to link again to get the Twitch drops? Nope, you should be fine. Changing your name shouldn't affect your drops. Guess who's back with the Thanos thing? Big respect. Big respect. They aren't playing Thanos though, so a little less respect, but... Dude, Loki with King E-Tree is pretty gross. Pretty gross. I feel like this Loki change came at a very good time for the card because Loki benefits a lot from people running like good stuff decks, and the best Agamotto decks feel like good stuff decks. Oh, that's disgusting. That's just gross. Wait. I could... We could have 1,000,000 mana. Actually, I should put it left. Although left isn't guaranteed. Also, having 1,000,000 mana doesn't do a lot with this hand. We're going to run out of stuff to do. Okay, they just leave. Yeah, I was thinking about playing it left. Time to play Loki or play non-good cards decks. That's kind of what it's feeling like. So far, at least. It's early, but... Do. I need to catch up on the Discord chat. Oh, Dexter's coping with high Evo. Hello, base department. Incredibly based. Who thought we would live in a world where King Eitri became one of the sleeper super strong cards in the game? What a time to be alive. It's probably better to play this and let the Nebula grow one, I think. General rule of thumb, like, the earlier you can play Rocket and Groot, especially with Prio, the better. Oh, this is funny. The buff on Bruce Banner is actually a negative here for him. Pretty funny. Am I supposed to jet the middle? I think I am. Actually, am I supposed to Sam this turn? I could go Sam. Sam here, jet here, move the shield images. Seems good. Oh, and we can get bolts down? That's disgusting. That's gross. Damn, he has a nice Cyclops. That is a cool looking Cyclops. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Has anyone played Hela yet post OTA perchance? Have I experienced the Iron Patreon D space bug? Yes, I have. They said they're disabling Deep Space because of that bug temporarily. Affliction is one deck I've always wanted to try, but I have no cards for. Looking forward to Ajax Scream Spotlights. Yeah, that'll be nice. Affliction's really fun. It's like when you don't Loki, you're just Agamotto good cards. Yeah, pretty much. Agamotto is really good. And here's the thing. Like, I know this is going to be a hot take. I know it is. But at least, this is how I feel pre-OTA. Maybe the OTA changes this. I feel like as far as season pass cards go, at least, you know, we've had like 2 weeks with this card or so, week and a half, however long. I feel like even though the spells are strong, like, I do feel like this card is a little bit of a skill gap card. When I look at the data for it, it's not as high as I would think it would be. And I think part of that is people are putting it in decks where it doesn't belong. So maybe that'll change once people figure that out. But I think in general, because, I mean, I felt this way pre-release. The idea was, okay, these cards are really good. I can play this in whatever deck I want. And it's like, you can, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. And the more I've played with Agamotto, the more I feel like that's probably true. Is that you really do... The big thing... I talked about this in the video. If you watch the video about Agamotto, I talked about it a bit. But this is the... There are two... Well, I guess there are two cards you really have to build around in this deck. One is Images. Images is the biggest card to build around. Because if you aren't building your deck in a way where you can easily set up for a payoff of this, I don't think you benefit a lot from running Agamotto. Like, the spells are fine, but comparing like the benefits of the spells versus the downside and consistency, I think you trade down there. Like, it's actually worse for, especially if your deck is reliant on specific cards like Scream or Ajax or decks that really have a power spike when you get a specific card. I don't think like this card. However, the decks that can leverage this effect well and also have enough high cost cards to leverage this effect well can do really well with it. So I think we're going to see people continue to jam this in places it doesn't belong for a while, because this just strikes me as a bit of a... It's like kind of a noob trap of thinking this can go in every deck, and it just shouldn't. But once people figure that out and it gets a little more refined, I think you'll see it be a lot better. And I think we're seeing that happen early on with a lot of the people playing on like high ladder. Is like a lot of the people playing on high ladder have already figured this out. Now, is it like broken level? I don't know. I feel like I need more time with the card to say. It doesn't feel... What I like about it, though, is I like that it's not an auto-include into every deck. I like that it's not another Sam Wilson or Iron Patriot where you can literally put it in almost any deck you can imagine and your deck benefits from it. I also like the added inconsistency. I think, Snap's a 12-card deck game, and I think the more cool things we can do to increase the deck size... to add a little bit more variance is generally a good thing. I don't want it to be like Arsham levels of variance, but I think a design like this, a design like Thanos, I think those really add a lot to the game, and make it more interesting. So, like, for me, this has probably been my favorite Season Pass card in, like, quite a long time. Also, I just noticed... Milk Enjoyer doesn't have the VIP badge. Did I spell your name wrong when I VIP'd? I might have. Should be fixed now. Yeah, so I like this card quite a bit. We'll see how it does like long term and what happens with it, but it doesn't feel as busted to me as like these cards felt, and I like that it's not auto include. Arsham's fine. Have you ever seen the Dan hit Proxima and Blink? Did you know? Someone told me this. I didn't know this. Apparently, they changed it so you can't get unreleased variants anymore. It still does the variant thing, but I've heard you can't get the unreleased ones anymore. I think that's a subtle hotfix they did, which I understand, but I wish they would have left it. Yeah, I think Derek told me that today. And it's like, I get it. The reason those aren't released might be because like they aren't fully done with the VFX, but that was a really fun feature. I would like it to come back. Who's complaining? Look, Arsham hate is allowed here. I hate Arsham. I don't think it's the most well positioned, but it doesn't make me not hate it. I fucking hate Arsham. We even have a whole emote about it. Loki on 1, baby. Bunk. I like your deck. I think I will take it. They're playing discard, though. Playing Hella. Dan Hip Arsham makes every Arsham card a Dan Hip. Yes, it does. It's very cool. Very cool feature. Isn't Doom just dead now? I don't know. I do think it hurts him quite a bit. Well, I'm a little scared, but maybe we draw their stuff, or maybe we get him with Gwen. Okay, that's not good. That's not good for me at all. Death is also not good. Shit. At least give me a discard card so I can... Hella. Alright, we got a cow. So the play here is we play cow, and we hope we get a cheap discard card, and then we try and hella them. They only... So they have no cards in hand. Oh, they drew again. Oh, they couldn't draw. Alright. So they had a 1 and 3 to get hella here. Let's see if they get it. We're also hellaing. Alright, 50-50 to get hella. Okay, guaranteed hella. But we might win if this goes right, I think. Go right? Damn. Shut the fuck up. Alright, guys. I think hella might still be good. Might still be at least playable. They did do a pretty good job of outputting 80 stats. Although that was kind of the nuts for them, right? That was kind of the nuts for them. They were going to get hella no matter what, right? Because they had 3 cards left in the deck. They were Jubilee, Blink, hella. So whether they got Jubilee or Blink or hella, it was happening. Would we have won if Big Thing went right? If Death went right, we'd have 19, so we'd win here. And then Agamotto left, Wolf left wins. So I don't actually mind staying on that, especially since we thought it was a 1 and 3. For them to find the hella. It actually ended up being higher than 1 and 3. Two just made hella 6-0 minus 10 power. Gorgon, pretty good against cloning vats. Quinjet, also good with cloning vats. We have bolts, too. Kind of popping. I'd be a tired dad, too, if I was playing Cerebro, man. Gambit? My second Gorgon. Wait, they discarded Miles? Dude, I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions. I have many questions for you, opponent. I think it's just Hela. Cerebro Hela with Miles Morales. C6 with Hela. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are right. You guys are right. Oh god. Dexter was playing it earlier? Okay, it all makes sense now. Anyone like Big Galactus? I'm a fan of Big Galactus. Alright. A second Cerebro has hit the building. Okay. I mean, props for doing something silly with it. Props for at least doing something a little silly with it. I can appreciate that. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Thanks for hanging out. Be right back. Now that he's gone, let's change all his decks first. All right. I have to share this post because it made me laugh. Let me pull it up. This is so peak, like, just classic anytime Loki, or, I mean, it's not even just Loki. Guys, Loki is back, and its only counter was made complete garbage into, God, the fucking worst looking Loki deck you've ever seen. Loki is back. God, dude, just... I don't... What is it even doing in this? That's how you know we're back. Loki posting is back on the menu. It's beautiful. Bum, bum, bum. Somehow, Loki returned, yeah. Even after we threw him into a pit in the Death Star, Loki finds a way. Forgot how much I enjoy playing Loki and how much I don't like playing against it. Based and true. As someone who used to hate like all aspects of it originally, I found after they made it deck instead of hand, I hated it a lot less. I don't particularly know why I felt that way, because I mean, when they made that change, it made the card better for a while. So that's always been kind of a thing I've had a hard time figuring out, but it is how I felt. Do. What you got? Wins pretty good. Into king. Okay, this is very funny because they just won me the bar. And if they play anything to give it power, they're just gonna still lose the bar. When people were saying they wanted Loki change again, what was the suggestions? I mean, people gave a lot of suggestions. I kind of expected them to just do a stat thing, which that or give it back a draw. But making it a 1-drop is similar to giving it a draw, because if you play it on turn 1, you're getting an extra draw. So a 1/2 is also significantly better than a 2/2, like miles better. So you know Loki's back when people think those decks are strong, yeah. He could be back. Scar to 727. He's jeffing me. How will I ever recover from this? Mysterio. How mysterious. I have a feeling there is a Sasquatch in my future. Or a bird. Could also be a bird. God, I wish I could push the Mysterio into the mid. It would be glorious. Instead, I'll do this. Instead, this is what we'll be doing. Starbrand. Okay. Well, if we play a big dude in the middle, we're in a pretty good spot. We'll draw a card. We will... Goron doesn't really do anything versus deck. We'll just do this. Actually, should I even stay here? Like, so our playline right now is Agamotto on 5, Images on 6. I don't know if that's actually good enough to win this game, because we can't Images and Jug. So I think I'm going to leave. I'm going to respect the snap. I'm going to respect it. Our hand's just a little too slow, I think. I don't actually mind the Jeff emote that much, personally. It's just kind of silly. It's a silly little guy emote. Someone basted a Bruce that turned into a 6'3 Hulk. Wait, really? I feel like that should not be how it works, but I guess I could see how that would work. Old guard is dead. Rip. Yeah, because Bast isn't a buff, it's setting the power. I guess that makes sense. It's clobbering time. Did you guys know that? Are you aware it is clobbering time? If not, now you are. If no one's got me, I know the thing's got me. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how High Evo's doing. Luna. Lady Luna. Well, that's a trade I'm very okay making. Better to do this or this? Next turn, we're going to have 6. We could float. The floating kind of sucks for Galacta. We could image next turn if we put it left. I'm not actually sure how good that is right now, though. If we image, we'll float 2. So She-Hulk will cost 3 less. Seems good enough. Miss Marvel emotes universally agreed to be toxic, right? Yes. In my book, I would say yes. God, I wish I had a playable card here, but... So they're full skipping. So they're gonna Big Hulk me. And She-Hulk me. I think it's just this. Although, do we think they abandoned the right? If they place something on the right, it has to be the biggest dude, right? So maybe it's better just to give this a bunch of power. Does this beat She-Hulk mid? That's what I have to figure out here. She-Hulk mid is 10, and then they get 2 more procs. So it's 12. So they go to 16. We have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Plus 1 is 17. I did that right? 10, 14, 16. Yeah, this should be good. This covers all my bases versus Hulk plus She-Hulk. Because the She-Hulk can't overtake any of these lanes on her own. The things they did that game weren't that bad. They probably would have had us in a rough spot if they got a reasonably powerful card here. I mean, I think we still win, maybe. Although, it did put it in a bit of a toss-up if they got, like, let's say, a 10 power card or something bigger than the Helicarrier, then they would have had a good shot to win. Shadow King on Bruce results in a 1 power Hulk. Really? That is so funny. Wonder if that's intended. Still think the Deadpool emote is the most cringe by a mile. I also think it's very cringe. The Miss Marvel one's like the universally agreed upon fuck you, but like the Deadpool one feels ruder. Is Loki cracked yet? I mean, it's feeling pretty good so far. I hate that the Deadpool emote is the one everyone got for free. I hate that. Based Thanos player? I'm so surprised they gave up power to the Space Stone. That was not on my bingo card of ways they would buff Thanos. It feels like such a pity buff to me. But I guess that's okay. I'm doing this so they don't have as much incentive to get another big Thanos. Okay. That's not ideal. Oh, King Eitri, you are my friend, sir. I love King Eitri. We could actually just straight jug them out of this. Seems good. Move this just to be safe. Unless they got my Juggernaut. Might have been a snap. Dude, they went harder on Hela than I really thought they would. It was kind of surprising. So what are the spells left in my deck? It is Images, Winds, Temporal. Is it better to E-tree that, or do we want to get a Loki down? This is always going here. I think we want to play Bolts and Loki. It's just, do we want one of these cards more? Winds is probably the strong one here. Actually, no. Images is really strong with the extra mana, so we'll just do this. And play this here, I guess. Actually, maybe it's better to get the Loki card. Loki has more high rolls, I think. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Anyone play Hela unironically before the OTA hit? Surely not. Shang-Chi. That's a pretty good card to get. Don't pull it. Okay. We've had first Loki, but have we had second Loki? That is a really good card for me to have them get pulled there. Seems good. Soulstone time. Soulstone isn't real. It can't hurt us. Surely. Surely. Well, people are actually playing Gorgon. It definitely isn't Thanos' time. I feel like Thanos also had trouble into Loki, too. It does kind of suck that Thanos is forever going to suffer from the residual hate that exists for Arsham and now Agamotto. Dude, so many people were down on Gorgon when he came out, and I was just like, I feel like people weren't appreciating the power of the card just because it was the wrong time for it. It's like, Gorgon is a really powerful effect on a 2-drop. 2-drop hate bears are really strong. 2-drop hate bears traditionally in card games are very strong. Gorgon's a little meta dependent, but we're certainly in not a bad meta for it now. The meta for it was really bad when it came out, so I understand why a lot of people didn't really get it, but yeah, +1 cost. The biggest thing with it is like the +1, it's very relevant. Oh, this is gross. The +1 is like a big thing that I think gets underrated, especially on like, because it has such a big impact on both low and high cost cards. This seems good. Do you think Bruce Banner is a contender for the best 2-drop? I severely doubt it. It seems very unlikely to me that will be the case. We want another E-Tree. What are we doing next turn? Werewolf is now a bit of a liability. So I think we just want another E-Tree. We are kind of filling up our hand though, so let's not get another one. Let's just do this and then... Alright, Scream number 2. Draw a card. I mean, do we just stack Tribunals? I feel like we do. I feel like we just stack Tribunals. And say, how do you outpower this? Is it better to play Rocket and Groot here? Probably. So I don't get clogged. I don't really need another copy of it. We can push their Scream to the mid, which is nice. Really? Okay. Well, now it just seems like we're gonna image. We image this turn. I don't know, seems decent. Seems pretty decent. Also, we get a second images. Unfortunately, second images doesn't go crazy here because we need to have 2 cards here. Okay. Dude, if I get Jug, Jug would have been so sick there. Yeah, Jug off the top would have been nuts. So I just have to add the most power I can, which I guess is just Agamotto. and we'll see if it's enough. None of our cards are 3 or 4, so they can't, like, mag me. That seems reasonable to stay on. Nice. Turns out playing like 18 Living Tribunals is pretty good. It's pretty good. I feel like we're doing pretty well with this deck. God, that's... The 1-drops are so good on 1 in this deck. They are so very good on 1. I'm not sure about Werewolf. I've liked Werewolf in these kinds of decks, but I'm not sure if he's actually needed. Alright, so they're doing some controlling stuff. Werewolf should be copycat, let's be real. You're probably right. You're probably right. That seems realistic to me. Or Bruce Banner, yeah. Or Bruce Banner. Is this a Juggernaut moment? Might be. I feel like getting the 2 cards is worth the jug here. Snapping this is kind of wild. Wonder what they have. Guess we'll find out. Oh, they have Prio? Interesting. I don't know why I didn't think they had Prio. Ugh, this is a little awkward because of Jessica. What are you gonna do in Surge? Oust Fastos? True. Fastos and Joyer will be in shambles. I mean, it's just this. Okay. Well, they clogged themselves. Feels good, man. And now I have Prio and I can Images the Jug. Although Images Jug doesn't actually save me, right? Because of this Negasonic. Although I guess I can just go mid. I guess we can just go mid and go, like... Oh, we have a ton of mana, too. But I want to do this. The wolf can jump left. Oh, true. So we image... Is it worth... The wolf will... So if we go... We go this. this. Wolf will go... Oh, wait, but it won't go if I do that. Fuck. Images first. Images first. Moves here. Oh, this is actually annoying to figure out. I'm just going to go with the original play. I'm going to go with this play. Let's see if it works. I think it will. Got him. I didn't want to I had less time left to think through this than I needed to figure this out. Although let's do it for fun. Let's figure it out for fun. So we had Prio, so the Cosmo is irrelevant. So I think both plays work too. The thing that was getting me was, okay, so order of operations, the best way to do it was you go... Actually, the order matters because of the wolf. The wolf would be bigger than the Juggernaut. So we'd have to go images first. Does images eat this? I don't remember. I think it does. Does anyone know? Does images eat this effect or no? I know it does for the location. It does not. Okay. So images goes off here. We get 2 Juggernauts, punches the Cosmo mid. So we will move the wolf, so Scream will still be at 8. So they have 11. We have 6 from the Juggernauts. The wolf will move to the left. Wolf will be 6, so we would have 12, which is enough to beat them. Does anyone even know how images always works? It feels so inconsistent with... It feels very inconsistent with like the locations. That's why I'm not sure about it. So yeah, we would have won. It was the play here was just images here, probably like the same kind of thing. Like move the wolf once, twice, images, punch him out, and then win with wolf here and here. Spells should be able to be destroyed. Well, they are in some cases. Like the locations, they can be destroyed. I think it makes sense that this card doesn't get eaten by spells, but I think it would be more intuitive if they just change. They should change this to character. I think it's really weird how selective they've been about that, because I think there are some edge cases that are confusing that it would help clear up. Because, for example, why does the spell not proc this but proc Vormir? That doesn't make sense to me. It's the same thing happening, right? One is tied to a location, one's tied to a card. I think the way they should change that is they should make it not count Vormir, though. Is Vormir intended? I don't know. I don't know if Vormir is intended or not. I'd have to go back and read their... Glenn did say they're looking at it. He did say that. I would expect there to be a bit of a pass on how those interactions work, because I think it's pretty unintuitive right now. You know what's not unintuitive though? Apparently this Loki deck. Apparently this Loki deck is not unintuitive because it's crushing people. How many season pass cards is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only half the deck is season pass cards. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Let me hit infinite with it before you tweet it. Oh, but I have to tweet it while the record's still very good. That's how you make good tweets. I'll take a screenshot of it now. And then I'll update the screenshot if it gets better. Bum, 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 bum. It procs Alter, but not Vormir. I feel like it definitely shouldn't be procking. Like, I don't have a problem with the spells getting destroyed. I don't think they should be giving you the energy. That's something I think is really weird. I also think they should change the wording on, I think they should change the wording on, what's it called? The Zemo location. Oh, this is nice. All right, so we have come across a scenario where Loki is better than Copycat here. Feels good, man. Or not Loki, Werewolf. Is it just a snap? I don't know. It seems pretty good. You say this like Copycat wouldn't be a 3/5 wolf? It wouldn't, because no one else is playing wolf, right? Victoria Hand, basic arrow. Well, A for effort. Now, if they acid arrow me here, that's a pretty fucking 5-head move. And I would respect it. Oh, they're also playing werewolf based. What's the move here? Agamotto mid gets me an extra energy. But it doesn't get me prio, which is something I desperately want. I desperately want some priority in my life. I wonder if it's leader this turn. It's like, it doesn't feel great, but it does some of the things I kind of need it to do to set up for Jug. So I think it might be. I think this might be the move. I'm trying real hard to get prio. Oh, wait. It's gonna double leader. That's incredibly funny. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why didn't the wolf move? What? Hello? That seems unintentional, right? Because leader's middle? That seems so weird, because it wasn't played mid, but I guess by the time it resolved, it was mid. That's weird. Well, I guess now we're coping. We'll cope, though. They need a 11 power guy mid. Seems hard to get. I do have prio, which is good. I do have priority, which helps. All right, we got there. What a wacky game, dude. What a wacky game. That was quite a game. Was quite a game. Yeah, I don't know, man. Deck seems good. The deck feels pretty good to me. I mean, it felt good before the Loki change. But Loki definitely adds a little bit of unpredictability and helps you justify Quinjet a bit. So it's like I kind of like how it feels. What did I take out of this for these cards? Let me go find the list. I guess I can just look on Untapped because that's where my list should be. So the last Agamotto deck I was playing was... Oh, I actually don't think it has my good Agamotto deck in the recent games. Can I look back further? Further away? Yeah. Most recent. No, I don't have the things to look back further because I don't pay for it. Unlucky. Well, I can just find it on Twitter. Let's find my other build. Play some Pixel Loki. Do I have Pixel Loki? I do. I do. Loki has quite a few good ones that are good for alternate variants. We have Pixel, and we have Venom, and we have Archer. I love this one. As a sucker for all things Venomized, I think I might actually use this one. There are probably more Venom cards than Archer cards, too. I'm telling you, it's amazing. Alright, let's see. Where is the Agamotto deck I tweeted? Here it is. Well, no, that was like my day one deck. I guess I'll look at the one Cam was playing, because it was... I mean, wait, I should have this deck in my collection. What am I doing? It should literally just be in my collection. Yeah, this. Okay, so the only thing we did was we took out Shang-Chi for Loki and Copycat for Wolf. We took out Kate for something. What did this card go for? What did that card go for? Gorgon. I think Gorgon's probably a little bit better of a meta call right now, in theory. Just dunks on Agamotto and a Devil Dinosaur deck coping. I think, unfortunately, most Devil Dinosaur decks are coping. Agamotto or not. But yeah, probably, because the Agamotto, like, you want to be spending your Agamotto spells, and one of them enables you, like, dumping your hand more, which is bad for the Dino. There's a Wiccan Devil Dino deck coping. Probably less cope than Agamotto. Dino has the problem of, like, it's an okay stat stick in a card generation build, but, like, there's a lot of chi around. So I think it's just a hard sell right now. Even when even when Victoria Hand came out, this card ended up being kind of a hard sell, which was sad. Because I have a lot of love for my Devil Dinosaur. This card was the GOAT back in the day. Should I buy the Season Pass card or wait 3 to 5 years for a series drop? True. Based in true. I know that's a joke question, but if you do spend any money in MarvelSnap, Season Pass is always the way to go. It's the best stuff you get for the least amount of money. And more often than not, the cards are pretty good. Cards are pretty good. Bum, 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 bum. Bad habit of stuffing all the new cards in deck and calling it a day. Oh, hey, if you're having fun with it, it's not a bad habit, you know? But yeah, this seems pretty good to me. Is the tank top part of a cosplay? It's my just got back from the gym cosplay. Speaking of cosplay, though, Daredevil 1 is coming up. I'm waiting for the suit to get here. I have the helmet. I thought the Daredevil helmet was going to be more comfortable than the Doom mask, or at least a little bit easier, because, like, it doesn't cover the lower half of my face, so I can, like, drink water easier. It is not. It looks fucking awesome, but it is not more comfortable than the Doom mask. Enjoying the Bruce Banner buff. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty big buff to the card. It's like a skull burn chance. Oh, dude. Man, I remember when they invented Scald. What a time to be a Pokemon player. But yeah, I'm excited to do the Daredevil cosplay. It's going to be fun. I have to do a little bit of painting on the helmet because I forgot to get one part of it customized, so I need to like paint the black lines, but it should be easy. And then I'll have to check when the suit's getting here. It's sometime this month. It's coming from China, so it takes a while. The helmet came out really good, though. I have to fiddle with it to figure out how to make it a little more comfortable, because I'm not sure I can go as long in it as I did the Doom mask. But I think what I might do is, if I need a break from it, I might see about getting one of those, just like the black scarf thing, because it fits the cosplay. Honestly, hope Bruce Banner doesn't become good. You are preaching to the choir, friend. I'm sorry to all the Banner fans, but I sincerely hope this card does not become good, because I just, aside from it being very flavorful, I don't like anything about this card. There's a reason it's my only unowned card. It does not promote a style of gameplay I'm a fan of. I do think it is a big flavor win, but I think this card being like, this card is ever high meta, it's gonna be so fucking annoying. I mean, I get it, you could just start jamming Red Guardian, but I just conceptually dislike effects like this. Series 3 looms over Banner. It calls to him. Series 4 is going to be calling to him first. How high does the percentage need to go for it to be busted? I don't know. I don't know how high it has to go. This was a pretty meaningful buff. Just SK him. Did someone say that worked in chat, or were we like theorizing? Someone did confirm if you bast a Bruce Banner, it makes a 3-power Hulk. No, it does work. You did it. That's funny. So even after he's the Hulk, you just Shadow King him and he's like puny Hulk. It's pretty funny. Shadow King's not super relevant right now, so shouldn't hurt him that much, but could have kept the flavor and just have a different condition. Yeah. It's true. Shadow King after Hulk doesn't work. Oh, you have to Shadow King it before it transforms. That is extra weird, but I guess it makes sense. Sounds like a bug. It could be. Yeah, because Shadow King doesn't prevent later buffs. It's weird. Am I finally going to buy the card now? I'm not planning on it. I am not planning on it, especially after like the 3 people I ran into playing it all getting dusted. I don't think I'm gonna play this card or buy this card. It's a bug not reporting that one. Did I get Starbrand? So here's my Starbrand take. We've had a little bit of time to fuck around with this card. I think he's a pretty solid card. Best cases for me have been, I actually really liked this card in Sarah Control. You can do some very cheeky stuff to throw priority with this that I thought was really cool. Sarah also naturally has a way to turn it off. And it filled up one of, I think, Sarah's biggest weaknesses, which is Starbrand gives you a way to contest an Iron Patriot lane that Sarah was kind of lacking. Unless they're following it up with a Glad, like, this usually beats a naked Iron Patriot lane, which I think is a huge strength of this card. So I really liked it there. I thought it was okay in Surtur and Sauron. Nothing to write home about, but decently okay. What's the Sarah list? I can show it. I had my list, and then Blue also had a list that I thought looked good that I might try out. This was my list, though. I think it's recent enough where it should be in the Untapped if you want to grab the code. I quite liked this. It wasn't like insane or anything. It had kind of a middling win rate, but Starbrand did make a notable impact on a lot of these games. Like, being able to surprise, have a ton of power at the end, being able to play it on and like throw priority with it. The big thing was definitely shutting down Iron Patriot lanes. This is the one out of all the decks that I played, I really enjoyed it a lot in. There was another deck, but I really don't know about this one. Low sample, but for whatever reason, playing the Agamotto version of Surtur Scar just did way better for me than regular, which I'm kind of surprised at. I don't really understand why that was the case. This deck did eat a bit of a nerf, though, because of the shield and cull. It's actually probably a significant nerf to this deck. Not having a free 1-drop for cull anymore is really rough. We actually probably can't run cull, yeah. And not being able to run cull probably makes this deck a lot worse. Because there are no other... The other 410 is Mary, who is not good. So this deck probably ate a bullet. Damn. Poor Surtur catching strays. Don't like the reason they gave to nerf the shield. Oh, Ares. I guess you could play Ares, yeah. I guess you play Ares now. I don't love Ares with Agamotto, but yeah, that's the way you'd go with this. I'm actually totally fine with the reason they nerfed the shield, personally. I think, yeah, Sam is already doing a ton of strong stuff on his own. They, getting to run Cole for free without 1-drops probably didn't need to be one of those things. We have Old Mary back now. Honestly, we should. I think Mary was a... This is something that annoys me a bit, is when they nerf a card, they take a really long time to unnerf it. And a lot of the time, there's not a really good reason to do that. I get it if it's like a very meta-dominating card and you want to give people a break for a bit, but that wasn't the case with Mary. Like, Mary wasn't the strong part of the Surtur deck. Mary was a victim of them nerfing around Surtur and Scar and trying to preserve the 0-power Scar stuff. So now that we have all come to the conclusion that that was a dumb thing to do, it would be nice if you could revert her. Also Arrow, yeah. Also Arrow. Though I will say, I don't mind Arrow not getting shanged for non-Surtur decks. I know it's kind of a meme at this point that, you know, objectively speaking, having the extra 1 power is usually better than not. But I do like in some of the Scream decks how now, like, Magneto is the only shangable card, or if you're playing, like, the Cannonball Arrow one, there are just no shangable cards. I wonder what's going to happen with Shang-Chi now, though, because if Loki creeps in, Shang becomes more problematic to run, right? I mean, I guess in the context of the meta, it's not as bad as it was in terms of, like, how scary it was to run Shang. Like, in this deck, the things that are getting shanged are Agamotto, maybe a Big Wolf, or a Galacta buffed thing. You'd probably need multiple Galacta buffs. So, like, this deck isn't quite as scared of Shang as some others might be. I guess with the Gwenpool buff, there will be fringe cases, but I haven't missed it so far. That's one thing I noticed, was that I didn't really miss having Shang in this deck so far. I lost 100 SP today playing in Agamotto deck with Shang. Shang won me 0 games, was most of the reason I lost. Yeah, I think we might be evolving to a point where it's not as important. Ares has awesome art. I am a big fan of Ares' art. His Spotlight was good too. I like this one a lot. Love that the shield still works with Bird. Me too. Me too. Yeah, if you're playing high Evo, you definitely want to run some protection for sure. What if they add other variants of him? Does the Hulk match the Bruce Banner variant? I think because Bruce is a Rivals character, it'll always have the Rivals art unless they make a specific one that has a different one. Is that the best deck for Loki? Out of what we tried, it has been. I haven't done a ton of experimenting with the card yet, but this deck has felt quite good. Loki at 1 has felt very good in this deck. It's such a big difference. The fact that it's not competing with your good 2s. You can get it on turn 1. You can weave it in on a turn with the wolf. Like, it's just felt good. What do we play into Loki? Discard? Discard has had good luck against Loki traditionally. Excited to get Cast, Nico, Big Week. Yeah, those cards are great. Those cards are real cool. I'm trying to think of what other stuff I want to try with the patch. What other stuff should we try with the patch? I wonder if Doom could be good against Loki. I know Doom just ate a nerf and is probably quite a bit weaker now. Because Loki doesn't want to play 1 card a turn. Now I patiently wait for the 2-3 Fastos change. The sad thing is, instead of getting 2-3 Fastos or 3-4 Fastos, we're just going to get that fucking Surge card next month, who's better Fastos. The other question I have is, what beats this? What deck do you play against this that makes this deck real unhappy? I imagine Darkhawk's not bad, especially if some of them drop Shang. Yeah, Darkhawk bounce. I had a Darkhawk bounce list I liked. Where was it? This was the last one I played. I played this on a day where I was real sick of seeing Arsham. I was real sick of Arsham. Maybe Scream. We faced a few Screams. Scream didn't seem to be that much of a problem. I felt like the few Scream games I played against it, I just outpowered the Scream. This in Conchu's week seems like Discard's time to shine. That's another thing I'm really happy about with them nerfing Hela, is it paves the way for Conchu to actually be a playable card. Is Hela still reasonable? I mean, so I've only seen one person, maybe 2 people play this. I did lose to it. They can still put out a shit ton of power, but they did take a lot of power from it. I'd probably say it's probably still playable, but it's not going to win as much as it did before. Is there a list for Sauron Starbrand? Yeah, let me pull up a list. I didn't love the list I was trying. Safety had a list, though. Safety had a list that I thought looked good, and he did pretty well with it. So I'm going to share that, because I think it's better than my list. I think Mr. Blade cooked with this one. Although, he is a braver man than me for not running armor. He is a significantly braver man than me. Yeah, this might not be bad into Loki, because you get all their bad effects. If they get the Sauron, though, you're a little scared. Yeah, they did take a lot of power from Hela, but she also puts out massive numbers still. So I imagine Hela is still a playable card, a playable deck. This is the one KX was running. Cool, I didn't know you played it. Yeah, so when I tried out Sauron stuff, I didn't really... the thing that I kept running into that was annoying me was I wanted to play Enchantress plus a 3 on the final turn, and I couldn't do that because I wasn't running Zabu. And so I think Zabu is kind of necessary for this deck to enable some better final turns. I also think Frigga's a really interesting inclusion, because Friggaing a turned off Starbrand or the Iron Patriot card or a Maw is quite good. I ran into someone playing something similar to this before Starbrand, and they got me with a Frigga that I did not expect. So I think if you want to play Sauron stuff, this is a good way to do it. Sounds like it worked out for KX. It worked well for Mr. Safety. So I think this is the way to go. He's running Shang instead of Frigga. Was that also on like day one? Or was it after day one? Because I know people were teching Shang into these lists on day one, but I think now that people have gotten the Starbrand out of their system a bit, Shang's probably a little worse than he was before. But yeah, I think this is a reasonable way to go with the card. I was playing it last night. Yeah, I think Shang's going to get a little worse, which in theory should be... that should be better for this deck, right? Because this deck really fucking hates the card Shang-Chi. KM put it best, and he said Hela's biggest problem was that she has straight up negged most mid-range decks. Yeah. I agree. I think Hela's biggest problem for a while has been like just auto winning against mid-range. Like, it just makes you feel like your points don't matter. And I think usually when you're feeling like your points don't matter, it creates some pretty negative experiences. And normally it'd be like, all right, well, that comes up with negative too, right? Negative puts out 80 million points, so your points don't matter as much. But there's so many more ways to interact with a negative gamer, right? You can Mobius them, you can Cosmo them, you can Juggernaut them. There's just more means of trying to deal with what they're doing than there are with Hela. Hela is just traditionally hard to interact with. Fenris is the best tool we have, but it isn't like... It's nowhere close to like what Mobius is versus that deck. The other thing about Hela that I always found very frustrating was I think Hela wouldn't feel as bad if you knew when you could capitalize on like trying to counter it. It feels like it's one of the hardest decks to snap into. And there are way more opportunities for your opponent to punish you when you snap into them than for you to punish them when they snap into you. And that's a trait about Arsham I really dislike. And I think Hela's actually more offensive about it than Arsham, because at least you can tech against Arsham a bit better. They will still clown you sometimes, but that's probably the biggest sticking point for me about things like Hela and Arsham is I don't like how those cards influence the snap mechanic, because they do so in a way where, like, more than other decks, you can make like a stay that is calculated well, like, and still get punished for it. And I hate that. I hate when you make the right decision and you still get punished for it. Because it feels like it makes you want to make the right decision less. Random card generation is the worst mechanic. I don't mind it in smaller bursts. I don't like it in Arsham, where it's paired with an extra energy and a whole ton of random cards, but I still can't believe Arsham ever gave you +1 the whole game. That was one of the dumbest things. Odds are odds. Stay decisions versus Hela are easier than against other decks. I think that is just not true to my experience at all. I think that is significantly different than how I feel and have played against Hela. It might be better, or it might work out that way if we actually had more meaningful counter tech against Hela. But with the current pool available, it just doesn't line up for me. Because like, the very few times you do have a way to like stop what they're doing, right? Let's say you clog them, or let's say they discard Hela or whatever. You're never taking more than 1 to 2. You're never taking more than 1 to 2 versus them. Unless they're really dumb and snap early before that happens, but it's usually not what happens. So I stand by. I think it's significantly easier to punish them or them to punish you for 8 than you can punish them for 8. Is Joaquin worth buying? If you're really into bounce, this card's very good. Also, Firehair is coming up, and I think this card will be very good with Firehair. So, general advice, if you're a big bounce fan, or I guess also a Darkhawk fan, very good in Darkhawk. If you're a big fan of those decks, would recommend. If you're going to be picking up Firehair, I would give it like a wait and see. Because I think it'll be very good in Firehair too. I think he'd be cracked in Thanos Zoo. I liked him in Thanos, but I don't know how to build Thanos properly right now. I also think Thanos takes a lot of heat. I think Thanos is going to take too much heat, because I think a lot of the high MMR players are going to be on different variations of Agamotto right now. And so the natural cycle is going to be, well, people start playing things to try and counter Agamotto. And Thanos just takes collateral damage from that. We should try some Thanos today, though. Although I'm probably going to try Thanos in Conquest, because I'll be honest, I don't think I want to ladder with Thanos. I'm not that confident in Thanos yet. Thanos is take it to Conquest and see how it feels. Get a feel for the deck first, kind of deck for me. What about the Thanos Torres? Yeah, like I think Torres does have a lot of potential in Thanos. The only thing that worries me about it is you really clog yourself on space. We could try and build this, though. Hyped and fearful for Firehair. Yes, me too. I am both excited and scared. Bounce Sam Shield with Wong Mystique Gwenpool for a 0-20. Now we're cooking, bro. Now we're cooking. It feels like a splat cook. I don't know, Misery. Do you think Firehair will be usable without her? I think so. I think Misery's probably a pretty big upgrade for what she's doing. But I think the card might be good enough to be played without her. Misery's really good, though. Misery's just a good body with a strong effect with absurd synergy for Firehair. I'm so excited to play the Thor's deck with this card. I am so very excited to play that. As someone who has always enjoyed Thor and Beta Ray Bill, and they've been struggling for a while, like, I can't wait to play this card. Thors are always fun. In theory, the Thors should line up okay into Loki too, right? Traditionally, that's an archetype that they don't get as much benefit from stealing your cards. Thor's back. I think Thor will be back next week with Firehair. Because you Thor, you Beta Ray Bill, you Jane, or even if you just natty draw one of the hammers, on turn 6, You can go, you don't even have to have fire hair on the board. It can all be from hand. You can go fire hair, hammer, hammer, misery. So the hammers go off once, misery procs them again, and then fire hair procs them a third time. Traditionally speaking, procking the hammers 3 times is pretty fucking good. I played a bunch of this deck with Pixie a while ago, and I always really liked it. I don't know if it's going to remain a Pixie deck, because I think just doing the fire hair stuff might make you need to run this card less. But yeah, that's one of the things I'm most excited about for fire hair. I'm not sure it's going to be the strongest thing to do with fire hair or not, but it does seem like a strong thing to do, and it makes cards that are previously not the most playable hopefully more playable. So here's hoping, because I would like to play these cards. I think they're fun. I'm going to use this. This variant's pretty sick. With the rise of Loki, fire hair decks will suffer. Do you think so? I'm actually not super convinced that they will. It depends on the fire hair deck, though. Like, if you're doing... The fire hair deck seems like a deck that cares more about its 2-card combos, though, and traditionally Loki hasn't been as good against those decks because it's less likely to draw the 2-card combos. How the hell do we build Thanos? Has anyone seen any cool Thanos decks yet? I know Fonta said he was experimenting. Anyone seen any cool ones yet? I know some people have been playing E-Tree. Or not E-Tree, Agamotto Thanos. Which I'm kind of conflicted about, but seems kind of interesting. Like, in general, I think Agamotto's better in not bigger decks, but bigger decks also suffer a little less from the consistency issue. Climb to top 80 with Thanos Agamotto. If you want to post a list, I'd be happy to look at it. Because I'm not sure what direction I want to take it, but Thanos Agamotto sounds very fun, if nothing else. It does sound quite fun. Dexter's trying out Thanos right now. Yeah, Thanos, I'm happy they gave him a buff. I think it's a little weird how they buffed it, but that happens sometimes. No Cloud excited amplifier then. Thor's deck sounds a lot of fun. I think it will be a lot of fun. I need an avoid list for anyone not snapping improving rounds. Based and true. Based and true. I think it's Crazies. I just subbed in Fastos for Red Guardian. Yeah, Crazy was doing really well with it. That man is a true diehard Thanos fan, and I respect it. But we can try. We can give it a try. I'll import the deck and see if we want to change anything. I do think running Wiccan in this deck is kind of absurd. I've seen it work for people, but I'm so anti-Wiccan in Agamotto decks. I'm so anti this card in most Agamotto decks. I'm biased because the first time I played it, I didn't ever draw it one single time. Kitty Group, Shang, Wiccan, Agamotto. So the cards we're missing are Mr. Shang. Also a little lower on Shang right now, too. Like, I feel like we want to be a bit more proactive. Maybe it might be Mobius. It might be a Mobius kind of day with everyone trying out Loki. Are there any other good 4s that aren't Wiccan? I mean, we could just try it. even though I'm really against it. The times it works are pretty good. A lot of the other fours don't seem that appealing. Maybe Galacta's okay. Cull, also not bad. Everyone's saying Surge will overtake Fastos, but what if I was crazy enough to run them both? That's 5-head. Play Surge and then draw Fastos, and then play Fastos, and then profit. Feels good, man. I think playing Cull as just another big body we can duplicate off of images isn't bad. Seems okay to me. You don't need to overtake a card that never started the race. Feels Fastos, man. That bar is like under the ground. I do love putting the fitting cosmetics on the Thanos deck. Where's the gauntlet? There it is. I do think this goes hard. Pixel Thanos, survive Thanos, Thanos thing. I've always loved that. I'm thinking about buying someone I know got their like YouTube like brand logo on Magic sleeves, and I'm real tempted to do that. I'm real tempted to do that. Agamottos, you almost start with the same amount as Arsham, true. Will Surge make Howard relevant again? I think for Howard to be relevant again, he needed to be relevant a first time. Ooh, got him. The 3 people in the chat who love Howard the Duck are in shambles. Real talk? Probably not. The cost of playing this card just feels high. And I feel like if you're ever justifying it, you're doing so in like a ongoing Iron Lad deck. And right now, the best ongoing decks don't really need Lad. He looks pretty spiffy with his bananas, though. Same amount of people in chat who love Fastos. Bro, I'd unironically believe that more people like Fastos than this card. Even though if this card is easier to play than Fastos. Howard got me to Infinite for the first time when net decks couldn't. Based Howard the Duck. I don't think Howard's actually like the worst card in the world. It's just like an opportunity cost issue. Like, especially in an ongoing deck, you can totally get away with it. That deck has enough power and enough synergy for it to be fine. It's just a question of, are you running it for the effect, or are you running it because it's one of the few 1-drops that has a decent ongoing ability? No kidding, it won so many 8-cube games, think because people refuse to retreat against Howard. That is a legitimate strategy in this game. No cap. There are certain cards, I think a great example of this is like a Martyr. I've seen that happen a lot with Martyr, where people see a Martyr and they're like, okay, I'm going to snap. I'm going to snap because I don't respect the card or the deck. And the Spectrum deck is strong enough to where you can get away with playing this card and it really won't hurt you that much because it's just a 1-2 that becomes a 1-4 Spectrum and you can plan your turns a little bit. Like, I don't think he's as bad as he gets memed on for. In the right deck. In the right deck. And I do think that's one of Snap's biggest strengths compared to a lot of other card games, is I think you can get away with more suboptimal stuff in this game more easily because of the Snap system than you can in some other card games. Now, it depends on the meta. There are definitely times in Snap where that is not the case. I have been through many a meta where it has not been the case, but generally speaking, at least in like second half of 24 and so far this year, I think the metas have been open enough to where you can get away with it. Especially in the Spectrum deck. Spectrum is just a really good deck. Like, I played a bunch of... where is it? Ongoing. I played a bunch of this deck yesterday, the non-Doom Spectrum stuff, and I really liked it. Like, and it's very customizable. Like, you don't have to build it this way. You can go the Moonstone direction, also strong. I had fun doing the Anti-Venom Man-Thing Luke Cage stuff, but Moonstone is also a very strong card with this deck. I bet this would be okay into... this might be okay into Loki. Although, maybe not. Mobius helps for sure. And Gorgon. Yeah, I guess you have good tech cards for Loki. Iron Man decks traditionally have had trouble against Loki, but this deck might have enough tech to... You can also build this in a bunch of different ways. Like, if you wanna go like Moonstone and Howard the Duck go nuts, it probably still works fine. I'm really pleased a deck like this is good though, because I think if you weren't around for last year, there was a very small window where Spectrum was like a top meta deck, and it got nerfed real fast. And it wasn't even really because of Spectrum per se, it was more because of Blink Leech. For whatever reason, they had the smart idea to make Leech a 4/2 when he still blanked your opponent's hand. And yeah, that didn't go very well when the Season Pass card was Blink, and it made for a very strong... Spectrum was a strong deck in that meta, because Spectrum didn't care as much. Oh, it was back when Leech just took the on reveals, right? Is that right? I feel like that's what positioned Spectrum well. Leech blanked cards, but only on reveals. Let's actually look. Leech has had such a interesting life in this game. Originally, 5/3. Remove all abilities from cards in your opponent's hand. Then they made him at the start of turn 6 remove all abilities. This was to nerf it in Thanos Lockjaw. Then it was remove all the text from on reveal abilities. Yeah, here it was. May 9th of last year. Just under a year ago. So there were a lot of strong on reveals at the time. So the idea was you play the Spectrum deck and the only on reveal you cared about getting hit was the Spectrum. The rest of your cards are fine. And so the Spectrum deck really rose to the top because Leech was just such a powerful... Leech into Blink was really gross because it allowed you to vomit out some big stats. This was also when Red Hulk was really strong before they nerfed it. So, like, people would be playing Red Hulk as a thing to cheat out with Blink, and then they would leech you so you couldn't Shang it. It was really strong. But Spectrum rose up as one of the counter decks, and basically they were like, yeah, Spectrum's doing a bit too well at the lower end of, like... I think at the high end and the low end of play, it was doing really well, so they nerfed it. And Spectrum is a great example of a nerf that took them way too long to undo. Like, Spectrum had like 2 weeks before they nerfed her. And it felt so bad. Because Spectrum really wasn't the... It was a small nerf, but like... The meta environment changed very quickly after they changed Leech and Red Hulk. So Spectrum got stuck with this point of power nerf for like, let's see, January, March, April, May. So June. So like 7 months. 7 months. And then she got her point of power back recently. Spectrum took the nerf Luke was supposed to. Yeah, kind of. I'm still waiting for them to break Luke Cage up into 2 cards, but they'll get to it eventually. I'm like confident that change will happen. And I think it'll largely be better for the game. Both like playing with it and against it. I think it'll make for a more interesting game. But yeah, this is a great example of what we were talking about earlier, where I really dislike when they make like a nerf to a card, even like a small nerf like this, and then they just forget about it for half a year. It's like, I'm fine with them taking a point off if it's not the top dog, but if it goes from being the top dog to significantly underperforming, maybe speed up giving it that 1 power back. Fucking Lizard. Yeah, dude. How long did Lizard get left to rot? I know they do this more with early series cards. Is that what's about to happen to Arrow? Yes, 100%. 100%. I would be shocked if they put Arrow back to 10 earlier than like 6 months from now, if they do at all. Seems unlikely to me. So Lizard, for those who don't know their Lizard lore, in beta, he was a 2/4 -3, but he got buffed before release to a 2/5 -3. And Lizard was actually one of the best 2-drops in the game for a while. Lizard and Scorpion were like 2 of the heavy hitters. And then they made him -4, and between that and, you know, other things, he was just power crept and not very good. And yeah, look how long it took. It took like almost 2 years. And it just frustrates me because this is such a simple change, right? We're not moving mountains to change Lizard here. We're giving him a pity point of power. I get they'd like to... I understand part of the reason they do this is because they need things to change each OTA, and if they change too many of them too quickly, they run out of things to change. But like, I just dislike how long they let cards kind of suffer for. They said with that nerf, it was the most insignificant change they ever made and actually just killed the card. Which card? Lizard? I run Iron Lad and not Anti-Venom. My goal is basically a mini Affliction package with Agent and Man-Thing. Yeah, that's a fine way to go too. Sunspot nerf revert. It's like 16 months and the card still sees almost no play, yeah. Yeah, the Lizard notes are like, this shouldn't matter at all. And then Lizard was never seen in a deck again. Can we, let's find this. I want to see what they said about this. All right. Patch. April 27th, 2023. MarvelSnap OTA. Let's read what they said about Lizard. Hey, I recognize this thumbnail. This is when I was still doing the videos for Snapzone. Probably cranked the saturation a bit here. I cooked with the Lizard in the Enchantress's hands, though. Where do I see their actual dev notes, though? I don't think these are the dev notes. I think these are what Den wrote. Here it is. Click for the full commentary by the devs. Welcome to the new world of regular balance updates using OTA. Wow, was this like the first OTA? The real question, why Loki at 1? What's up, Safety? Look. Safety, it's fine. What could Loki possibly do at 1 mana? What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst thing that could happen? Surely it just doesn't auto-slot into the good Agamotto deck and potentially make it better. Surely not. They wouldn't allow something like that to happen. Loki's never been more problematic at high MMR than other places. Alright, let's see what they said. So, OTA stands for over-the-air updates. So this must have been really the first OTA. Send me the code, sure. All right, let's see what they said. We're making 4 changes today to freshen up the game balance. Let's dive right in. Shauna from a 4-2 to a 4-4. Dude, I loved this change. You guys have any, I'm sure you do. Do you have any decks you remember just very vividly that really just kind of stood out after an OTA? Because I remember the Shauna buff very distinctly. I was so happy with this change running Zabu, Khazar, Shauna. It was so fun. I loved it. It was Zabu, Shauna, Khazar, Shang-Chi. Shauna, Khazar, Shang-Chi were my 4 drops of choice. And I can say confidently, Shauna was better as a 4-4 than a 3-2. I think when they made the card 3-2, it was so ass. It was so ass. They tried to frame it as a buff, and it was not a buff. They started with this change, I believe, and then eventually made her a 3-2, and then eventually made her a 3-4. So she eventually got the Zabu buff pre-included, but there was quite a bit of time between this. Yeah, they gave us a little bit of time here with 4-4 Shauna, and I fucking loved it. And then, wow, it took them like a year to change them from 3-2 to 3-4. Also, the fact that this card was ever a 4-2 was insane. I don't always agree with Mr. Glenn Jones about everything, unsurprisingly. But I will say, before they hired him, bro, they were not cooking with new card releases. If you were around for when they first started releasing new cards into the game, it feels like they tested the base set of Snap a lot, and they had the whole beta to refine it, and it worked out pretty well. But they had no idea what the fuck they were doing with new card releases early on. And they, don't get me wrong, they also fucked up along the way after that. Like, there were plenty of, I think, bad metas after they got Glenn, too. But it was especially offensive, I think, in the first, like, 2 to 3 months of the game when we went from Surfer to Zabu to Shuri Thanos. Like, good lord. Good lord. That was quite a time to be a Marvel snapper, dude. That was quite a time. Let's see what they said about Lizard. When one card becomes a clear outlier on play rate, it's because it's playable in a huge number of decks. Iron Patriot. Sorry. Little cough. That's something we flag and keep an eye on. That doesn't mean we always take action. It's important for us to keep in mind that the series structure can make the cards appear overplayed when they're actually just widely available. True. However, we have a clear top card for that cost, and can slice a little bit of strength from it without necessarily dethroning it. That's largely a solid change for us to make. So that's what's happening here, with arguably the softest nerf we've ever made. Bro. More like, it's the it's the softest Lizard's ever been, bro. Fucking dude fell off a cliff. What was the context of the game at this point? This was the execution of Lizard. Where were you when we found out Lizard died? Lizard is kill. April 2023. So this was like, wasn't this Thanos meta, if I recall correctly? This was Thanos meta, right? Because I remember, I think this is just after Shuri, because I remember we got the Shuri nerf in April, because I did an April Fool's Day video about over-exaggerated Shuri nerfs before they happened. And Shadow King Bruce Hulk to 1, yeah. We were talking about that earlier. This is after they won lane Shuri. Okay. So I think Thanos was around, but it wasn't peak broken Thanos. It was after they nerfed the Quinjet Lockjaw stuff. What was the meta after that? I guess Sarah Control was around. Also, it's so funny they nerfed Lizard and buffed Enchantress at the same time. That was a pretty funny thing to do. Do you guys remember when this update happened? When 4/6 Enchantress was everywhere and they were like, okay, maybe we should make it a 4/5. think this meta was Wave Patriot. That could be right. That could sound right. Because, yeah, I don't think Thanos had been fully, like... I don't think Thanos had recuperated from its nerf yet. Shuri just got nerfed, so, like... Shuri getting nerfed opened space for some of the old decks to come back. Doom Wave, yes. Doom Wave. Doom Wave, Death Wave stuff. That sounds right. Yeah, Wave... Back when Wave was just a better Sandman. That makes this other nerf even funnier, right? Sandman. New, 5/3. Since Sandman's changed from a 4/1 to a 5/5, we've seen him become a foundational piece of Electro-based strategy that slows down the opponent and makes their effects feel asymmetrical by contesting multiple lanes with Dr. Dune, or just some heavy hitters. That's certainly the deck we expected to see, but it's becoming a bit more popular than we'd like. This tap on the main man makes him a less competitive source of power, giving added edge to players committing cards early, and making the endgame choices of each player more likely to ultimately determine the outcome of the game. It's like, bro, we made Sandman a 5-mana wave. We made Sandman a 5-mana wave. Old Wave was absurd. Old Wave got away with murder. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some fondness for it. As the control player in me had a lot of love for it. The Spider-Man era was after this, I believe. That sounds right. That sounds right. Lockdown started picking up. Yeah, this was after, so this was post Spider-Man abs. I remember I was upset because they nerfed Spider-Man from a 4-drop to a 5-drop. And I was playing... This is another one of those pet decks I absolutely loved. Let's see if I can find it real quick using Twitter search. Actually, one of my favorite decks in Snap history. Twitter search. Advanced search. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Also, somehow this came up. If you weren't there for it, there was a voting contest for which community variant everyone got for free, and there was a lot of unlike the last community vote. I don't remember why the last one wasn't as. It was because they were all from the same artist, I believe. So, like, people didn't care as much, but the artists were all different on this one. And so, like, people had strong feelings about it. And unfortunately, the ugly Human Torch won. But we put up a real good campaign for Shang-Chi. And this was Nate's poster for it. I thought this was great. The funny thing about the Torch is, be honest with me, how often do you see that Human Torch variant? How often do you see it? Because I'll tell you what, I don't see it very often. I just don't like it very much. But art's a, subjective thing. Like, when I'm looking at Human Torch, I'm like... Where is it? This one clears so hard. This one clears so much harder, especially if you give him some bananas. I think most of these clear it, though. Obviously, art is subjective, but, like... I feel like Torch has so many better variants than the face close-up. Like, it's not the worst thing, but, like... I just don't like it very much. I'll give them that the animation is good. They did a good job animating it. I'll give them that. But I like a lot of these better. I hate that you see his teeth. I do think the animation's pretty good, though. I don't think they're ever going to do another community vote, though, where it's different artists, though, because people got real toxic about it. People got real toxic about it. Like, we were, you know, running our own little campaign for Shang, but it was all in good fun. Some people took it way too far and were, like, harassing the artists, and that was not nice to see. Another old school deck, since we were reminiscing about Wave. Dude. Why the fuck was armor here? I must have had some... This must have been when there was a lot of destroy around. That's the only thing I can think of. This must have been when there was a lot of destroy around. Surprised second enders basically acknowledge the pixel variants suck ass. The community hates them. Not everyone hates them. So this was back when Wave was a lockdown piece, and oh man, I lived for Wave 2-drop on 5 into Arrow or Magneto. I fucking loved that. It was so fun. Saying you can only play one card and then going, haha, I have moved your cards around. Next OTA after Lizard nerf made Luke a 2/2. He was still global then, right? Marbles, sure. You do a little marbling. A little marbling around. Marbling around town. Global and stop Shadow King, yeah. It was funny, they were so protected, like they were so cautious of Luke Cage on release. And on release, Luke Cage had the least stuff to protect from. Like, it was really mainly Scorpion. I played a little bit of Guild Wars 2 back in the day. They had a community vote as well, which NPC would become the new mayor for a town. It would also come with in-game content and rewards. Oh, I bet that got toxic real fast. I bet that got toxic real quickly. Tricky Elite Battleground. Let's do it. Exclamation mark play. People are still salty about it to this day. Wild. Wild. The marbles are lining up on the track. This one looks kind of cool. Let's look at the map. It's like we have a straight shot. I don't know if these are lasers that kill you or not, or if they're just aesthetic. A little drop down, a little bit of trapping. Oh, there's a tree. I love when they put a random tree. I don't know why I find that so pleasing, but I do. Oh, it's a second tree. Can't bump into this one, though. What's going on here? Neat map. You have to add some greenery, yeah. True. True that. Alright, 30-second countdown. 30 seconds till the marbles deploy. Exclamation mark play to get a marble. The HOA demands the greenery, yeah. You don't want to have the house prices going down here. Dude, there are a lot of VIPs. There are a lot of VIPs. 5 VIPs. And they're off. Let's do the marble song. Go marbles, go! Already having some marbles make it down. Whoa, Joe Dallas with a heck of a lead. Joe Dallas cruising. Can they keep it up, though? Ironside. Oh, disaster strikes. It's going to make way for Quack. Oh, no, Quack's out. Look at him go. Cracking the lead. Oh, there goes Velvet Hippo. Can anyone catch him? Or is it going to be a pay-to-win result? Look at the little hot dogs and burgers he's leaving in his path. Oh, he hits the tree. That could cost him. That could cost him. Whoa. That's a crazy skip. That's a crazy skip. He went over the edge and shortcutted this whole section. I don't think anyone's going to be able to top that. Oh, there goes my marble. That was nutty, dude. Bro with the speedrun strat. Mr. Kerfuffle going to try and catch up. At this point, like, Crack would have to get real stuck in a trap. You'd have to get real stuck. And there's really only one more major trap. There goes safety. Let's see. Can Crack pull it off? Oh. It's looking good for him. Boom. He's off to the races. And I don't see how this could end any differently. Oh, dude, I thought he spun out for a second. Oh, he hit this, but he still made it in. Congratulations. Looks like Joe Dalla is running it up in second. A lot of marbles died. Marbles. Oh, Indie Monk feels bad, man. We got yeeted out of there. Last marble's coming in. Oh, there goes Womp. Oh, DP just barely making it in. Barely making it in. Sir Jack going to be our final marbler here. Boom. Crack with the world record. Congratulations to our finishers. Crack, Joe Dallas, Dozeki's guy, Longfellow, Emma, Ego Irk, Stefan, Fanta, DP, and Sir Jack. As always, there must always be a sacrifice. And with that sacrifice, today Ironside is going to be the unfortunate victim of the Marble God sacrifice. So give them a nice salute. 07's in the chat. We will appreciate your sacrifice. We will not forget you anytime soon. Good luck, Godspeed, and we'll see you on the other side. And thanks for playing marbles. And Crack did win. And Crack is a VIP who has a sub. So, in traditional fashion, the chat's going to get one. That was a hell of a run. That was a hell of a run. One of the better marbles races we've seen. Like, bro finished 16 seconds ahead of the rest of the marbles. It's crazy. All right. Random gifty go. And the winner of the gift sub is Just Adrian. Shout out to them. Enjoy the sub, the emotes, the ad-free viewing experience. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Marbles. Thanks for playing. I hope you had fun. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, where I'm going to jam some Conquest Thanos. Oh, shit. We got a Grand Prix redeem? All right. I mean, if the people want it, who am I to say no? Who am I to say no to the people? If you've never been here for a Grand Prix before, it's pretty fun. Instead of a singular marbles race, there are 3. What's the Thanos list here? I can show it. Keep in mind, this is not thoroughly tested by me, but it's similar to the one Crazy was playing, and he really liked it. So we're trying this. I did cut Wiccan for Cole. Yeah, that's the list. All right. So, Grand Prix, community. Let's pick some maps. So, Grand Prix is 3 races, and the winner of the Grand Prix is determined by the best score across all 3 races. I just realized that 07 looks like a salute. This is the kind of 5-headed content I live for. Yes, yes, indeed. It even has a little emote if you have better Twitch TV installed. All right, who are we choosing for this? We're going to choose... Why is this one glowing? This one has 1,700 plays? All right, well, we're going to do that. It's a crazy amount of plays. Let's look at some new ones again. Advancing Galactic Waters. Switching Fine Finish. Sounds kind of cool. And then Good Fragile Sphere. All right. Exclamation mark play to get a marble. I'll let you guys line up at the start. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick while people load in, and then we'll get to racing. Thanks for hanging out. If you enjoyed the stream, feel free to drop a follow. Lets you know when I go live. I stream pretty regularly Monday through Friday. And if you want to support what I do, you can check if you have one of these things called Twitch Prime that donates some of Jeff Bezos' many dollars to your favorite local neighborhood streamer man. Marvel skins are on his shop timer, so annoying. They learned from Second Dinner. All right, be right back, and then we'll start the race. Exclamation mark play to get a marble. Final countdown. Final count. Cracking my knuckles if I'm actually gonna play. Every bit helps. What you can do to really help though is you can polish the marble. I do have an emote for it. And It does help. All right, good luck. The marbles are on the roll. Look at them go. Look at them go down the tube with Bison Hero in the lead. Go, Bison Hero, go. Oh, we definitely played this one before. I recognize this map. It's really disorienting. My marbles made of Belgian glass. You guys don't have a chance. The aftermarket marble parts go crazy, dude. Zooming through the tube. Who will come out first? Looks like Fanta out in front. They're going to go into the portal, though. It's going to launch him up high. It's so hard to keep track of where this map goes. But I kind of love that. I think it's kind of sick. Down through the tube where somehow Emma is... Wait, where is Emma? Emma's down here. Oh, Emma took the left side. I see. Now Safety Blade is leading. Rigged by the mods. Oh. Who's going to make it down first, though? Oh, it's Quack. Quack is making it down first. Followed by Mr. Kerfuffle, Safety Blade. We have another big circle drop here. Another big circle drop happening. Safety lining up his marble pretty well, but is going to overshoot it, which might cost him. And Quack, once again, back-to-back drops down the circle. That's pretty good. He did get stopped by the boxes, and that's going to give Memory Lapse Guy a opportunity. So he got a little bit ahead here. Oh, this is the one where... Oh, yeah, this is the finish. Memory Lapse Guy wins. Congrats. It's hard to tell where the finish is on this one, because it's actually in this tube, I believe. When they get shot out the tube, I believe, is the finish, yeah. So Memory Lapse Guy is going to clutch it out. Big W on the first lap, or the first map of the Grand Prix. Big W for Memory Lapse Guy, followed by Geo, Death Kalta, Quack, Zairasu, Safety, Bison Hero, Mr. Kerfuffle, Joe Dollars, and V Dusky. These are our placements for race 1. But if you didn't fare so well, don't worry. There are 2 more races in the series. We have 2 more races in the series. Exclamation mark play to get a marble. You do have to re-enter. Whoa. It's not just me, right? Like, I feel like the marbles maps are getting cooler. I feel like we are seeing progressively cooler marbles maps over time. Like, this one looks sick. How does this even work? Oh, it goes down? Interesting. There are 4 different drops. Dude, I really have to make my own marbles map. This is so cool. Look, there's a Jeff. A Jeff at the end. One of my favorite maps was the one where you had like lasers shooting into the Jeff's mouth. You had to dodge them. That was peak. Exclamation mark play to get a marble. We have 17 marbles lined up on the starting line. This is a Grand Prix, so if you want the best chance at a good outcome, you do want to play in all 3 races. Otherwise, you are significantly hurting your chances. I'll give them just a little more time. Bum, bum, bum. Marbles are locked and loaded. They're ready to take on this. Shit makes me think of Kingdom Hearts. Definitely big Kingdom Hearts vibes. Alright. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Final call for the marbles. The final countdown has been initiated. 20 seconds. Exclamation mark play now, or forever hold your lack of marble. Bear with me, I'm experimenting with a suspension lift on my marble. 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. Here they go. Go, 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 go. Down they go. DP in the lead. An early lead is not going to help that much with these cubes, I feel like. Now we have Crack in the lead. Not by much, though. Ooh, disaster with DP and V Dusky having a collision, slowing both of them down. Crack saying you can eat his dust. Just kidding. Bro found a way to fumble through the map? That killed both people who went through this one? Ouch. Ouch. It's going to leave it to V Dusky and me with the lead now. They're going through the portal. Where does the portal come out? It comes out over here. More marbles are dying. Wait, where the heck are they? Okay, now they're dropping. Oh, more marbles falling? Dude, how are people falling out? I'm so confused. Although my marble's winning, so I'm not going to question it too much. Safety can a little close for comfort here. Go, marble, go! No! Where did that go? Oh, they're up here now. They're up here now. Safety and Joe Dallas fighting it out. Joe Dallas is going to be the first one to make it through, though. Can the lead hold? Safety's not far behind him. Looks like Tetatonic and Joe Dollars are going to be the first ones out. Tetatonic in the lead. There goes Tetatonic. Solid lead over Joe Dollars. Down the tube he goes. Which path will he choose? Looks like he's going on the right. Or Joe Dollars going on the left path. Tetatonic and Memory Lapse guy going on the right. Looks like Joe might have made the right decision, or at least carried enough momentum to put him ahead. Can he keep it around this corner, though? Oh, there goes Mr. Kerfuffle. All right, who's going to make it in the hole first? They all overshot it. They all overshot it. Joe is going to be the first one down. And I think, unless there's some fuckery with the pipes... Actually, no, there's still a little bit more to the race. There's still a little bit more to the race. Still anybody's race here. What a sick map. See who enters the cave first. Oh, Tetatonic just overshooting it. Needed to be a little bit slower there. There goes Fastos Enjoyer. Big rip, big rip. Oh, Joe Dollars. Oh, just barely misses making it in, but I think he is going to loop around. Well, many of these other marbles are struggling out here. They are struggle bussing hard to get in. And that's going to do it for this race with Joe taking the W. More marbles making their way down. Dapper Dave, V Dusky, Stefan. More marbles making it through. A lot of them died. A lot of the marbles died. This part was a real wrench in things for people. A lot of people got stuck on this part. Not Joe, though. Oh, I beat safety. Pog. Sir Fluros making it through. Quack is going to be our last finish here. But still better to finish than not finish. Congratulations to Joe Dallas, our winner of race 2. Followed by Dapper Dave, V Dusky, Stefan, Tetatonic, Memory Lapse Guy, Geo, me, Safety, and Sir Fluros. And Quack. Everyone else died. Feels dead, man. Alright, race number 3. This is the final race to determine our standings and who is going to win the Marbles Grand Prix. Exclamation mark play to get a marble. I love when they start with these casino boards. They're fun. They are fun. This looks like a solid map to close on. Some Ferris wheel action, some tubes. Every time I watch the marbles race, it makes me want to go to like a water park or something. These make me think of water slides. Oh, we have a Jeff. This is Symbiote Jeff. He's shrouded in darkness. We have mini Jeffs. Or maybe those are the normal Jeffs and the other one's just gigantic. The final marble song for finale? Yeah, we can do that. Exclamation mark, play to get a marble. Play to get a marble. What does this say? Good Eggy. There's also a world here. Alright. Final countdown, 30 seconds. Last call for race number 3 of the Grand Prix. Who will win? Only time will tell. Divert all remaining energy to the canisters. Whoa, what the fuck? Bro has an entrance animation now? 5 seconds. Last call. 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. Oh, I need the song. Who's gonna be the winner? Emma out in front. Oh, a little bit of a bump in there. Gonna put Quack out in front now. And they navigate the obstacle pretty well. They use a little bit of momentum here. And a bunch of marbles are gonna pass through. Memory Lapse Guy taking the lead. Oh, 2 marbles already dead. Damn, Memory Lapse Guy is cruising. They're memory lapsing all the other marbles right now. Making them forget how to marble correctly. Heck of a lead. Crack is going to give them a run for their money, though. Down they go, neck and neck. Oh, Crack gonna overtake here just a little bit. Is going to have a bit of a run in here with the circles. That is going to allow Memory Lapse Guy to retake the lead. Down he goes. Boom. Going straight down the tube. Oh! Huge explosion. Doesn't kill him, but does push him back quite a bit. Another explosion on the track. And it's going to allow Big James to take the lead here during the final push. Big James getting a little stuck, though. Memory Lapse guy expertly avoiding the obstacles. Getting stuck in the big spinning ball. This has been one that has caught up many a marble at the end. We'll see how it gets navigated. Oh, huge collision there, allowing Tetatonic and Memory Lapse guy to make it through. Memory Lapse guy is getting a massive boost, while Tetatonic is getting stuck on the trap. These spinning ones can sometimes be a little problematic. Memory Lapse guy actually taking a really good move there. Very well performed race. That is top tier marbling. It really is. I mean, no notes. That was just a good, clean race. That is an example of how you want to race your marble. See what other marbles make it in. Looks like Safety's going to be rounding out our third place. Followed by V Dusky. Ego Irk. And looks like Tetatonic coming through. I guess I should go back up top. Oh, yep, Tetatonic made it through. Mr. Kerfuffle having a bit of kerfuffle himself. As did I. The wall of death is rapidly closing in. It's now or never for these marbles. Are they going to make it? A lot of them died along the way, but that was a sacrifice I was willing to make. Congratulations to our top 10 finishers. Memory Lapse guy, Big James, Safety, V Dusky, Ego Irk, Tetatonic, Death Catala, Agent of Oblivion, Emma, and Indie Monk. Without further ado, let's take a look at who our podium finishers are going to be. In third place, rounding it out, we have Joe Dallas. In second place, we have V Dusky. And finishing it off with a first place finish and our Grand Prix is Memory Lapse guy with an elite marbles skin. Pay to win confirmed. Pay to win confirmed. Here are the final totals. Wait, Memory Lapse guy won 2 races? Is my attention span cooked? I totally forgot. They must have won the first race. That's crazy. Has that ever happened before in a Grand Prix? That might be a new personal record. Well deserved. Well deserved VIP. Zig won 2 in a Grand Prix. True, you're right. Zig did win 2 in a Grand Prix. Still, very impressive performance. Not something you see every day. Thanks for playing. I hope you had fun. But marbles is not all fun and games. It must always come with a sacrifice. And today, we're burning that sacrifice down with some famous Kush. 07s to famous Kush. Chat appreciates your sacrifice, and you'll live on in the hearts and minds of chatters everywhere from now until the heat death of the universe. Or maybe just for the next 5 minutes. Somewhere between those two. Either way, we won't forget you. And we appreciate the sacrifice you are making here in order to allow us to play marbles on this glorious day of OTA. Good luck, Godspeed, and we'll see you on the other side. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is some motherfucking marbles. Not just any marbles, a Grand Prix. Our top 10 finishes were Memory Lapse guy, V Dusky, Joe Dallas, Dapper Dave, Big James, Safety Blade, Tetatonic, Stefan Gio, and Death Catala. I hope you had fun. I sure did. Thanks for playing. Bum, 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 bum. Marbles is always a good time. Okie dokie. Has anyone figured out why they singled out the Space Stone as like the weakest stone to have on board? Because I feel like that wasn't my experience with the card. I didn't really understand that part of the OTA. Isn't reality weaker? Sometimes it fucks you over. Speaking of getting fucked over. Hello, Loki. Oh, take away my Thanos too. Oh, God. Oh, we got Gorgon on too, though, so we'll let it ride. Well, they got Mobius, so Gorgon doesn't do shit. Bit of a yikes. Dude, I can't even make big Thanos because I don't have Thanos. This is so fucking sad. Oh, God. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. Loki against Thanos is so good because we have a bunch of big idiots in our deck. What was the last verdict on the Logi Moto? It was good. It was quite good for me. You want to see the stats? But I did very well with it. They get my Thanos. Loki lets you keep the spells, right? It does not. Loki replaces your deck with a different deck. Started the day at 83. I'm now at 95. Hell yeah. Glad you're liking it. He's inevitable, bros. You know what else is inevitable? Me losing the Iron Patriot lane. Actually, maybe not. Possibly not. Probably, but maybe not. Strong emphasis on probably. Wait. Better play? Top 5 token buy? I'd have to think about it a little. They're going to move the shield for sure. This is a huge reduction of power for them. I moved the shield. Dude, the shield fucked me. God damn it. The shield fucked me. Not like this. Monka S. Shang-Chi isn't real, it can't hurt us. Space Stone turns Thanos into Jeff. Power is needed for Thanos to be complete. Mine gets 2. Time reduces Thanos. Reality is just Scarlet Witch. Soul prevents destruction. I'm not sure what I consider the weakest. To me, well, they called it out for being like the weakest stone on board. And I feel like the weakest stone on board is just feels like the weakest stone on board to me is the reality stone. What was the gold glitch? So some people were able to infinitely claim their gold pass. It got revoked though. Sad. Power was in fact controlled. Misery used the Iron Patriot card? Yeah. Didn't really matter. Yeah, I don't know if it's Thanos' time to shine, bros. If this deck is popular, I feel like even with our tech cards, it just does busted things more consistently than Thanos does. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of like gap between when the stone is good and not good. Thanos is the worst version of the good deck. Yeah, I could very much see that being the case. Would not be a surprising outcome. It seems kind of dumb, but I think I'm going to do it anyway. They might punish me. Alright, that's fine. I wish my Iron Patriot card was better, but... Ouch. Oh, fuck off. Bro, they got that as their random card, too? Shit. Maybe I should have played Magneto last so I could Magneto pull them. Also, we're drawing rocks. Of course we're drawing rocks. Oh, dude, I am not liking how this is going so far. I'm not liking how this is going at all. Maybe I'm supposed to put it here. It seems so bad, though. They're just gonna Drax me again. I'm just gonna snap back and play this for the game because I don't want to grind out this matchup. Yep. Sounds about right. I guess I could have played around Shang by doing it the other way, but I would like to just move on to a different match. I assume Abs can't copy skills, correct? Correct. Copy effects don't work on the skills, only doubling effects. Like Wong, Karmatage. Copying it with the location. I'll never understand how Crazy does so well with Thanos. Bro's built different. Bro is built very different. when it comes to winning with Thanos. Bum, 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 bum. Sad I had to pass on the Sanctum Wong. Despise the base art. I think his base art's okay. I have the Rian one I like, so I didn't need another one. Meanwhile, I have Copycat copies in Arcana. Copycat won't banish itself. Yeah, Copycat also built different. Copycat is literally a cheat code, yeah. It's a good thing we gave her a 3-5 body, but made Nocturne a 3-4. Very wise decision. Do you think Black Cat should have been a 2-7? I'm going to say no, because then you can't put it in Cerebro 6. And that has seemed to be the funniest place to play that card so far. I think they should delete Hela. How could you say something so controversial, yet so brave? Have I tried C6? I have not. But Regis posted it on Twitter. And it looked kind of fun. Dude, I instinctively went to slam this Cull Obsidian in the middle. Although I guess I'd rather play Agamotto. Oh, maybe I should have played it right. Them only getting to play one card a turn with Elysium is pretty bad for them. Alright. Sir, I need to know what the fuck you are cooking right now. I have questions and I need you to provide me with some answers. I'm going to hold the stone because I want to use the stone with images next turn. And I don't want them to clog me. Doesn't really do anything for my turn either because our play is still stone, images, Mockingbird. Do, 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 do. Oh, dude, we didn't do the most fun part of the OTA yet. The most fun part of the OTA is going to read the comments on Twitter and YouTube. Actually, one of my favorite parts about OTA day. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Do, 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 do. Soul to discount the bird. I don't think we need to discount the bird. Do I get Galactus here? Well, they do have Prio, so they've got that going for them. It's going to get 2, so I'm losing 3 down to 22. They're going to get 2 to 20. It's fine. Okay. Brother, that is A-okay. That is A-okay in my book. Spectrum. Something tells me you don't have to worry about Spectrum. This. Oh, Spectrum, I could have lost the left. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. Is the dude's collection level like 5K? Can we actually check? Yeah, you're right. You are correct. You actually spot on the money on that one. I'm still surprised they nerfed Doom. Genuinely surprised. Not the most surprised, but at least a little surprised. Was the strongest card in the game? That's cap. I've seen like 3 Dooms in the last like 2 weeks. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the strongest cards among the average player base. But I actually liked playing non-Doom Spectrum recently. Because people find it boring. Did it line up? I don't think it lined that well up into the last meta. I mean, I guess the Spectrum deck was still strong. Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. It lined up great, but it lost to Hela. It was bad into Hela. Although that was true for a lot of decks, so. What a beautiful card to acquire here. I'm actually going to play Power because I'm going to get a free card here. Little annoying I can't just yam out the Cull Obsidian by doing this, but probably still worth it. Boom. Free Red Hulk. Don't mind if I fucking do. Double Quinjet. Not the greatest, but sure. Are they gonna Galactus me? Okay. I'd rather do this, actually. They get my Agamotto. Cost 4. I mean, they could win. They could win. You. I feel like I'm sensing a Shang-Chi. Actually, no, it's my Agamotto. Well, I could win. Jug? Plus my Agamotto? Oh, they got screwed by Asteroid M. That's funny. Reality Stone OP. How did they play all this? So this cost 2 less, but then +1, so this was 4? Am I dumb? How does this add up? It was 5. It cost 2 less from Quinjet. And then 1 more from Gorgon, so it was 4. What am I missing? Oh, they played the +3 last turn. That's it. That is it. That's what I'm missing. +4, yeah. Bolts. Speaking of bolts, we got hit by Black Bolt. Alright, I have to switch my scene to fix this. One moment. Alright, we're back. We're back. Banana, 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 banana. Where's my untapped copy deck? I should update the picture. Copy, paste. I found the most consistent combo. Stack Hood, Mr. Negative, and Bruce Banner in one lane. Then icon that shit. You'd have 3 Bruces. I don't know math, but that should win a lane. do 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 do. Also, look at Regis's funny. Look at Regis's funny hella. Cerebro 6 hella. It was kind of satisfying to call like half of the hella changes. They really swung hard. They hit more cards than I was expecting. No complaints there, though. If there ever was a fun and different version of Hella, this is probably it. Do do do. Bum bum bum. Friends, they don't want me. Bum bum. It's the little space stone that could. Oh. Oh, we have Mobius. We genuinely do not care about this. We genuinely give no fucks about Iron Patriot Raft. We're going to tell our opponent thanks, but no thanks. Oh, and we get a stone. Nutty. Dude, they're so screwed. We can even play Thanos in the middle on the final turn. Pretty sick. Boom, 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 boom. Oh wait, Mobius is weak to RG. Okay, they're playing Nick Fury. Oh, it's Arsham. Zola is actually really bad. I think it's just this. This gives me a chance of shutting off Omega Red or Quinjet. I did say 2 index because they didn't do a good job with the UI update on this. They added the banish zone, but I think they fucked their UI in the process, and I don't like it. They have Prio, so I should probably just do... I shouldn't risk moving the Rocket and Groot. Because if I do this and they Goliath me, I lose, right? Actually, do I lose? 12, 16, 17? Hold on. I can put the shield here. Oh, but then it doesn't matter that much. Do shield here... This here. This here. Either way, I die to like a random doom or whatever. But this seems good. Gets us to 7, 8, 9, 21. Yep. That is what we played around, folks. Yeah, if they have Doom, we always die to Doom here. We don't have a good way to play around it. That was a random Goliath, too. Was that off of the... I can't check the board, unfortunately. The little option isn't here. Oh, did it pop up here? No, it didn't. I wanted to see if that was from Nick Fury or from... It looks like it has the same border as Fury, so I think that was a Fury card. What's the Darkhawk list I like? I can show it real quick. This was the last iteration of it that I played. Pretty fun deck. Some bounce shenanigans. Copycat's kind of the flex spot. Pretty good against all the Agamotto stuff running around, I feel like. This deck is the holy trinity of making Thanos, Arsham, and Agamotto sad. It's like one of those Twitter memes where it's like, yeah, fuck Darkhawk, and it's just those 3 cards saying it. But yeah, this deck's quite fun. You think Torres is necessary? I do think Torres adds quite a bit to the deck. One of the biggest benefits of Torres is he makes it so relying solely on Korg for your rock disruption is a lot better. I think if you're interested in Darkhawk and bounce in general, he's probably a good pickup. Can't believe I'm asking this. What's the Gorgon replacement? Probably just another 2, I think. Let's take a look. Maybe Kate. Kate's not a bad one. Iron Patriot's always fine. Sam is usually fine, although I don't really like him in this style of deck because of the bouncing. Yeah, these are probably the first 2 I would go to. Yeah, see, the thing is, I almost called it Black Mold. Master Mold and Widow are mean, but they feel like significantly weaker cards to me. Could do Toxin. Yeah, you could put in another bounce card. Originally, I did run 3 bounce cards in this deck. I don't think it's a bad way to build it. It's another option. But yeah, those are probably the ways I would go about it. You could low-key consider the Collector, because you're bouncing stuff, but... Gorgon's just here because we wanted to put all 3 hate pieces in the same deck. Darkhawk, Gorgon, Cass. Probably isn't required to play this deck. But yeah, fun deck. Would recommend if you like hating on the extra large decks running around. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Dude, I actually hate this untap change where I can't see the deck size. What a stupid change. What a dumb change. I would rather them just tell me the fucking... And it can fit, because I've seen it change to like 19 and then it works. They've got to change that. It's literally a downgrade. Because I can't tell unless I click. It's like, oh, are they Agamotto? Or are they... Whoa, wait, why is this free? What happened there? Weird. Don't discard a good card, please. That's a good card. Sad. I mean, this hand is really good, though. A little annoying. Bum, 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 bum. Jug. Must be an awkward hand. That's the I have Shang-Chi snap for sure. See what we can do about it. They're running out of cards, though. Sure. Ah, they have Agamotto, though. That'll probably do it. Although Agamotto's like the only thing they can play. We can do Mag plus Bird. Is that ever good enough? Doesn't seem like it. So if I'm my opponent, where do I play Agamotto? I play Agamotto on the right. Oh, they can't play left. You're right. You're right. So we just do this, I think. Or maybe this. If I'm my opponent, I think they're going to play the Agamotto right, and then they're going to move the Rocket and Groot to the middle or the left. That's my read. So Magneto will yoink them, and then we try and win it with Mockingbird. Is it ever better to double stack? Is it ever more profitable to double stack? It's not, because if they fill this, I get screwed, right? They play Agamotto here, and they move the shield. I'm risking a 50-50, so I think I have to do it this way. I think we got him, folks. I think our read was on point, and it's going to win us the game. Feels good, man. Maybe we should have snapped back. We are the future, but by the way, in case you weren't aware. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I want to read the OTA comments after this game. I want to see what the thoughts of the average layman is. Big dub indeed. I would like to go away, please. Alright, well, you know the rules, chat. You know the rules, and so do I. Stuck at 77. What's a good deck to climb? I think a lot of the Agamotto piles are still quite good. Based. But if you're looking for some decks, I post them often on, and find some on my Twitter. It's usually where I post the decks I like. Or check the Untapped, which I will also link. Game? Game? Okay. All right. No problem. Good luck on the climb. Ego do be loving to move shit. He also be loving playing fucking Proper Order Galacta, apparently. Alright, I have one humble request. Please play Thanos not on the left. Please. I'm begging you, my guy. I'm on my knees. Begging. Oh, why did you have to fill mid? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God, and they get the free card. Hold me, I'm scared. Oh, and it's Rocket and Groot. Oh no. Oh no. Disaster has struck. What are you thinking there, Mr. Ego? Well, I think we're going to press the retreat button here. I think that's a button I'm comfortable pressing. Is Derek spreading Isan propaganda now? Or did it get featured in a video? He hit rank 1, really. Rocket and Groot and Red Guardian subs. Probably other generically good 3-drops, like Copycat or maybe a Nocturne. What else comes to mind? Well, that's a gross Iron Patriot. Nope. Thoughts on Banner? I didn't like Banner before the update. I still don't like Banner. Disclaimer, haven't played with it. Could also consider a Shang in this deck, but I think you want more 3s. Is Thanos good now? Probably not. Loki Cook. I did post the Loki deck I did well with. It is just the Agamotto deck with Loki in it, but you can find that here. Or with the deck's command. You are shitting me, Ebony Maw. You must be swimming tokens. Well, that or they got Banner during his first week, which fair enough. But I'm not a Bruce Banner enjoyer, unfortunately. I don't even own the card, full disclaimer. I do not own the card. So I'm not going to pretend like I'm giving a very informed opinion here. It's just how I feel about the card in general. Opinion on Starbrand, pretty decent. Nothing exceptional, but not a bad card. I've liked it most in Sarah Control. That is a very funny outcome. It's actually really fucking awkward, because now I can't play this Starbrand or Coal Obsidian this turn. How do I feel about Doom? I don't know if the Doom change was super needed, but I kind of understand why they did it. Brother. Alright, I mean, I just get Prio here and stomp him. We play Big Thanos into Eliath. Actually, this is better. Bolts isn't better because it's much less likely to get me Prio. I was thinking about double boltsing. How do you feel about Hela? Good riddance. Was it that needed though? So like, I think at the high level it probably wasn't super needed, but I can understand why for like the average player they might have felt the need to nerf Doom, because it is a very strong deck that's very easy to play, kind of like Surtur. And you take a minute to appreciate that through 21 months of High Evolutionary being a thing, there has still never been one good use for Shocker. Hey, I take offense to that. I'll have you know, I played a really bad werewolf high evo deck with Shocker back in the day, and I loved it. And Shocker was an integral part of making that deck slightly less bad. Do, 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 do. Hey, am I dumb? Did I not move the shield? I am dumb. Let's remember to do that. They should nerf Iron Patriot into being High Evo Shocker based. What's the point of Doom, though, if the nerf justification is he's the best 4-drop? Should he not be the best, given the downside of one card per turn? Well, in general, I think Doom decks are built in a way where that downside isn't as significant of a downside, right? Like, sure, there are a few times it's a little awkward, but twice in one game, we are blessed today, chat. We are blessed today. I should really not stay with this hand, though. I should really not stay with this hand. And losing 2 to 3 matters here. So I'm gonna break the ego truce. I'm gonna break the ego accord and say, I'm not leaving because it's ego, I'm leaving because this hand is dog shit. I respect the snap on ego, but I'm not doing it that game. Cole being the only one of Thanos' kids that synergize with him. He's not his kid, right? It's just one of his order, right? I did run Swan in a Thanos deck for a while. It was kind of cool. Alright, I'm ready for the right lane to turn into fucking bar with no name. Oh, yikes. We're hoping they just play like E-Tree or some shit. That's pretty good. Damn. This is bad. This is badge. Okay, that kind of helps. Admittedly, that helps a lot. I have to move it now. Because I desperately need to... My camera move, it sure did, and thank you for pointing it out. Whoops. Thank you for telling me. I'm genuinely surprised. It's been there the whole time, and no one said anything. Clearly everyone's here for the gameplay. I wanted the images left, but I think this is probably just good enough. Oh wait, no, the Gwenpool buffs are really scary. The Gwenpool buffs mean they can win Quantum. So do we feel like we still have to do this? They probably have a 6-power card here. Oh, this is tricky. Tricky situation. Did they play the... Yeah, they played Temporal, so they do have a big Agamotto. I don't think they'll just slam it right, though. I think they have to, like, spread the power. I think they're going to fight for this lane, this lane. Let's see. Fuck, I guessed wrong. We lose. No! GG. I guessed wrong, we lose. Where was the bird from? Iron Patriot. Alright, so if we played Magneto in the middle, we win. That was my other line. I was thinking of playing Magneto mid. I was worried with the Gwenpool buffs, though. They were going to fight for the left. Also, totally forgot about the Iron Patriot card. They played well, though. GG. Was a good series of back and forths. What else is on the docket for things to try out that the patch changed? Oh yeah, so we're going to look at patch reactions. Let's see. MarvelSnap. Let's see what people have to say on the internet. Recently bought Ross to put in my Hella deck and was finding Snap fun to play again. Guess that was a waste. Skill issue. Horrible OTA. The nerfs continue to dill out. That's definitely not how you spell that word. The good archetypes of decks. I'm calling it now. Agamotto is going to be a 5/8 and all his spells nerfed by early April. That seems not true. Ross is a waste of tokens no matter how good hell is. Sorry, friend. Yep. Accurate. Accurate. Ross kind of sucks anyway. I think Bucky Barnes should keep buffs too. No Scream nerf. You guys just don't know what to do with Hella. Worst OTA ever. It feels like you make changes knowing you're going to release them or reverse them the next month. This is a good one. What you saying fuck me for? Go ahead and don't fix Deep Space. Leave it gone. I actually don't hate Deep Space that much. Give her old text back. You probably could. I don't think they will, but you probably could. What about the bug token challenge? Yeah, we'll get that. Another unnecessary Doom nerf. So is Doom the thing people are unhappy with? And still no compensation for season pass changed cards. Jeez, I'm glad I stopped playing this game last year. Left that Searcher season and it's still brought up as a problem in the OTAs. Just waiting for the one lost soul that's absolutely thrilled about the Wolverine change amongst the haters. It's probably this guy. Wow, what an OTA. Amazing update. Thank you for nerfing Hella, absolute legends, but I think it was a bit harsh nerfing Doom. Hopefully it's for the best. Here's an idea. Give people a free variant of the same card every time they promote a card to Infinity level. Ninja Cyborg is... Hold on, let's see. There's a meme. This is this is Ninja Cyborg trying to get them to give people more variants for free. Bro's just shooting his shot. I can respect that. I can respect that. They would never, ever do this. There he is! A Wolverine buff! Let's fucking go, my goat! You get a like. This is why I love reading the... There are times where I get more out of reading the OTA reactions than I do the actual patch. I genuinely look forward to it. The most wholesome but least common opinion, yeah. Doesn't surprise me they don't nerf Winds of Watum. Waiting to keep that Battle Pass card top, or wanting to keep the Battle Pass card top tier. The deck is too god. Let's give it a complete overkill. I've lost count of the amount of times you've changed Hela. I don't know why they did it in quotations since I installed the game when it first came out. I literally can't keep up with it. Now we can lose to bots in all new fun and creative ways. And why try to buff Destroy? It's the most common accessible deck to all players. Destroy is literally everywhere. It's literally everywhere, guys. It's literally everywhere. Brother took a time machine back to like early 2023 or something. I don't remember. I don't remember when Destroy was everywhere, but it's certainly not now. You not expect the person whose problem with the OT was the Wolverine buff? Wait, is there one of those? Oh yeah, I guess this guy. They're mad about that. I thought they were naming Wolverine specifically, but no, they're just bitching about Destroy buff. Why buff a deck that literally everyone has access to? I wonder. Yeah, it's a mystery. They literally talk about it in the notes. Why nerf Black Cat? Hela's the strong one. Middle fingers to Hela are always welcome. So destroying Hela is the answer? Why bring her down to a 6/6 and nerf everything else? Black Cat did not need a nerf at all. Should have made Hela a 6/7 if that's the case. Or a 7/9. Brother, do you are we on the same page here? I think a lot of people would have liked 7/9 Hela. I think you've got that one right. But not for the reason you think. See this Hela card? Literally unplayable if you don't have Arsham or Corvus. Or some location silliness. That's the change. See, that's a change Second Dinner can get behind, because then they'll lock the free-to-play accessible card behind a Series 5 card. Let Majin Badman cook. 7/9 Hela, yes. Dude, I'm copy and pasting this to the chat. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny. That's gotta be rage bait. Ain't no way. You underestimate the level of salt some people have and the lack of reasoning. In my opinion, anyway. Clear as water. They don't like Doom. Second Dinner is the only card from that season they keep unnecessarily nerfing. So in general... Oh, hey, look, another Wolverine fan. Pog. There are dozens of us. By dozens, I mean like 2. But... based. Nerf buff, nerf buff, nerf. It seems like the development cannot forecast what the stage of the game will be like long term, with any card, let alone Hela. The game is unplayable for newer players, or players that took time off. You'll never acquire the cards needed to compete. See, like, if this was the tweet, I'd have a whole lot more sympathy. Because I agree with a lot of this, that it really sucks if you're a new player or a returning player. But, like, the constant nerfs and buffs are, like, I think a feature of the game, not a bug. I think if you were to ask people if they prefer the constant nerfs and buffs or dislike them, I think most people like it. Don't worry, we'll get another hella buff in 2 weeks. Alright, we got some Iron Patriot complaints. They're earning some likes. Now, fix Mr. Negative decks. It's the easiest deck to climb with. Damn. We found the least pissed off Hella player. Fuck you, garbage company, nerfing Hella due to all the fucking whiny fuckers. She was good for barely 2 weeks, and you took fucking eternity to balance Shuri Red Skull, among others. Brother, Shuri Red Skull, what year are you living in, my guy? I hate to break it to you, but the number on the number on the calendar is 25, not 23. Why don't you fix your card acquisition for a change? Damn, John Smith is crashing out, bro. He's crashing out. Thank God he nerfed him. The game stays full of meta decks. Children who suck without crutch cards, but still don't suck as much as Glenn Jones. Damn. I do always find the shaming of meta decks to be kind of funny. It's like, I get it if you're someone, if you really like playing like non-traditional decks, more power to you. I like doing the same thing. But I just think it's better to critique something you dislike about a deck rather than be like, man, fuck this guy for playing the meta. I think it's just such a lazy critique. Like, if you have a problem with a meta deck, like, what's the problem with it? Like, what's the card you find unfun? I'm actually, like, interested to hear about that. I'm not interested to hear about, oh, someone's playing a deck they got off the internet. Like, brother, it's 2025. What aren't you getting off the internet nowadays? Silence Meta Sheep, a rogue player, is talking, yeah. I wonder how many people would have hot takes on Hella if OG Hellcow from beta was still a thing. 2 cost, 6 power, discard 2. What a card that was. What a card Hellcow was. I didn't even play the game when that card was a thing. Actually, I might have played a little bit when that was a thing, but I didn't play against many people who had it. Some people find winning more fun than playing a certain archetype. Ahem, like me. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with playing. Like, I feel like these people don't understand that a lot of people just enjoy playing the game rather than the deck building aspect. I love the deck building aspect. That's my jam. But, like, I totally understand if, like, rather than going through the iterative process or paying for Untap to see the best things, you go on a YouTube video and you see someone or a stream and be like, oh, this deck is doing well or it looks fun. I'm going to go play it. Like, that's what keeps me fucking employed. So I guess I'm a little biased, but I just, even before I streamed, I never really got it. Ruin Doom again. Instead of butchering the good cards, why not fix what's actually wrong, end RNG card picking, and let us choose which of the fucking 3 cards we want? These are like 2 very unrelated points. Except people don't have the full cards for those decks. You're not wrong. And I actually have I have a separate meme about that. Where's my most cursed fucking JD Vance edit meme? I feel like I was spitting with this one. I feel like this tweet deserved to do better than it did. New Discord answers, we'll check those out too. But this is how I feel about, like, now I'll preface this with I don't mind, like, trying to give recommendations for replacements. Like, I totally understand. It sucks to be like, damn, I'm like 1 or 2 cards short and I want to play this deck. I really want them to fix the fucking acquisition system in this game. I don't talk about it as much as I used to because I'm kind of just waiting for something to happen. Because I don't feel like saying. I mean, I talk about it a little bit here and there, but like, we're just in limbo. We're just waiting for them to finally fucking show us what they've been cooking. But this image really resonated with me. How it actually feels posting decks with 10 plus Series 5 cards in them for the 3 other people who actually own them all. It's like, look at here are all these cards. This deck is good. And it's like, damn, I don't have any of these. It's fucking rough out there. Get that away from me. Tell me that's not the most cursed Vance edit you've ever seen. It's so fucking cursed. Replaced it for Rocket and Groot. Easy. Just another Series 5 3-drop. Oh, dude, it hurts because it's true, and I literally said that earlier. It hurts because it's true. Because literally when you go to the 3-drops and you're like, all right, just put another good 3-drop in your deck. And then you look at all the 3-drops and it's like, oh, aware. Good 3-drop. Well, we've got Speed and Red Guardian and Frigga and Nocturne and Hope Summers and Copycat. It's like, fuck, man. We're just saying the only playable 3-drops are Series 5. Hey. I did not expect Negasonic Erasure from Stefan of all people. Rose just putting a knife right in her back. Also, yeah, Jug and Killmonger. Pretty goated. Cosmo, also good. Captain America, good in certain decks. There are other playable ones, but in terms of like the ubiquitous, just jam it in any fucking deck, most of them are Series 5. God, I wish they made this card playable, because like this variant goes dummy hard. Bro's got a whole fucking movie going on in his axe. He's watching the... What was it? What's the movie? George Lucas. The Hidden Fortress. Any Hidden Fortress enjoyers? Oh, there's an ad. If no one's ever seen this movie, I recommend it. This is where George Lucas took a lot of ideas that got implemented into Star Wars. Good movie. It's from 58, so it's old, but using a little bit of my film studies knowledge there. No whining about no Baron Mordo buff. Mobius eats in this meta, yes. Does Isan work with Loki? It should. Isan buff would have been better than a Loki buff. Safety, you've changed too. I remember when Safety was the Loki enjoyer. You really just turned your back on Artgerm Loki? Feels bad, man. I dislike how the Loki buff is just chopping up a cost off of it. Is that where the Jar Jar Binks inspiration came from? Yes. Artgerm Loki generates Artgerm Loki. See? How could it be bad? No. Fastos... Oh, you're making a reference to the Surge. I was going to say, no. We've learned how they do this. Instead of buffing Fastos during its Spotlight week, they're going to buff it 2 weeks later like they did Loki. So you have to buy it with fucking tokens. Yeah, I mean, I don't foresee this change having the most positive impact on the game unless you're someone who really enjoys the card Loki. I don't think it's going to be as bad as, some of the Lokis of old. It's not draw a card Loki. It's not 3/5 Loki. It's not switch your hand Loki. Even though most people are bad with switch your hand Loki. But it did seem pretty good. Was Was there a single Loki complaint in our entire Twitter adventure? I don't think so. Wolverine had more haters than Loki. Loki plus Adam. What do you think? Waste of mana? I think Adam is a bit of a tough sell, but I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. My thing, though, is where I've been liking playing Loki so far has been in this Agamotto deck, and at that point, you should just play the card King Eitri. I think Eitri is just better than Adam. I think taking 1-2 guaranteed to draw a card over 2-0 that may or may not draw one or multiple cards has been better for me. Eitri feels like bait when I play it. Dude, Eitri, I think Eitri is one of the strongest cards in this deck. No cap. Eitri does so much. Stuck at 97 to have Loki. Is there a more budget Loki deck? Let's see. Honestly, I think if you've been having success with the ongoing stuff, I think you should stick with the ongoing stuff. I'm not sure. There might be a more budget Loki, but I think the ongoing deck is very proven, and on OTA days, you'll get people playing weird shit. So if you really want to finish the climb, I think the best advice is to stick with the deck you know best and try and take advantage of the people who are experimenting. There might be a more budget Loki deck. I'd have to think about it more, though. I'd have to think about it a bit more. Because really, this is more of an Agamotto deck than a Loki deck. Loki's just kind of a bonus. There have been some Bruce banners. That's great. All this deck is doing is playing all the good season pass cards. Yeah, exactly. This deck says, this was the kind of deck I was talking about when I posted that fucking meme. Series 4, Series 5, Series 4, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5. Are we noticing a pattern? I think Loki does work with Isan, yes. Because he's creating cards. So it should work. My deck has 9 season pass cards. Yeah. I'll probably toy around with other Loki decks too. I don't know if we're gonna get to that today or not, but I will try and do some more experimenting with this card. Should Loki be put in almost every deck as like a mulligan card? I don't think so. But I think if you're playing like a good stuff mid-range deck, the opportunity cost of running this is low. I think it's, I mean, it's not free, but I think it's lower. But a lot of decks don't want to take up a slot with this, namely synergistic decks, which are often good versus Loki, like the Scream stuff, discard, etc., etc. Really, I'm not even sure he actually does find that much of a home outside of Agamotto and Arsham. I could be wrong about that, but like he was just pretty good because... So I think the best example of what Loki does well here is if you are playing versus other Agamotto decks, the mana advantage is very strong. If you're playing versus other good... Loki's basically kind of a tech card. Loki's kind of a tech card against good mid-range decks. You just run Loki and say, I'm going to try and do what you do, but better. And I think that's probably the role he's going to fulfill. So we'll have to see what kind of meta adapts around this. What were the other popular decks before the patch? Hela, but that got nuked from Orbit, even though it's probably still playable, but definitely less good. I imagine we'll see a decline in negative too, just purely because there's less Hela. But that deck is probably good still. Ongoing, didn't care about really any of these changes except for Doom, but there are multiple versions of this Spectrum deck that aren't running Doom that are very good. I think an uptick in Bullseye is quite likely. Yeah, I could see that. Bullseye was also very popular in Conquest when I was playing the other day. I saw a lot of Bullseye discard. Also, another thing, low-key, I think Apocalypse discard is severely underrated. Like, Bullseye goes taller with the nut draw, but one of the reasons Apocalypse discard wasn't as popular in the metagame was because Red Guardian was very prevalent, and Red Guardian's significantly less prevalent now. So I could totally see APOC discard being a good one. That one is real good against Loki. They do not have a good time with that deck. And I think I don't know this for sure, I haven't played enough discard, but I think generally speaking, Apocalypse discard, it doesn't go as high, but it's always felt a little more consistent to me than the Bullseye stuff. That could be out of date, though. It's been a while since I played either of the decks, so that might not be correct, but when's Havoc/Thena coming back? We can look. I don't think soon. Yeah, Malekith is what I'm talking about. We know March. Let's look at April cards. Any Thena or Havocs? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it looks like they're not coming back for a while. Looks like it's going to be a bit. Anyway, let's look at the Discord stuff real quick. I do want to try my destroy deck too, but I don't know if I'm going to do that today or not. At least the caches are synergy focused, true. I skipped Uncle Ben, now he's in my token shop. Uncle Ben's pretty cool. I like Uncle Ben. I definitely wait and see, though, how the meta changes. Anyway, let's look at the team answers. One sec. All right, let's take a look at the question and answer section. Team answers. All right, put on your gloves, kids. We're weaving into, or we're diving into the The toxic waste dump. Let's see what people have to say. The scalding takes. You think it's a concern that no season pass card seems to release in a balanced state. There seems to be a definitive pattern of season pass cards being nerfed the season after their release. I'm wondering if the team can comment on why that is. Are they purposely left in the game in an overtuned state to bolster the season pass sales? I see this narrative from time to time, but I don't think it really lines up with reality. Starting with the January 2024 season pass, we've buffed, I think, almost as many season pass cards as we've nerfed. Buffs, Black Swan, Gilgamesh, Symbiote, Spider-Man, nerfs, Agent Venom, Surtur, Sam Wilson. I mean, yeah, it's not wrong by the numbers. Glenn's answered every question except why does Shadow King ruin Bruce Banner? Gotta ask, why are cards called drops according to their cost? I think that's just a term that's been around for most card games for forever, probably starting with Magic. Because you're just dropping the card onto the board, I would assume. I actually don't know the origin of that. It's just always been what we've called them. Which is funny because drops and cost are the same amount of letters. It's not like shorter to say drops. Good question. It's possible I'm off there, going off memory. Scar kind of interestingly counts both ways since he released weak and we buffed him via card releases, leading to a nerf almost a year later. He's 7 out of the 14, means that we're being roughly 25% over, 25% under, 50% right. That's not ideal. We do hope to target better than that. It's also not particularly disappointing. We've discussed many times in the past, we lean into strength for all our cards, season pass included. Releasing cards that are too weak to play can wind up looking a lot like releasing no cards, which isn't fun. We'd rather miss high than miss low. I think another reason why they aim to miss high rather than low is because the acquisition system in this game is way more punishing if you miss low. And we've seen that, right? How many people skipped US Agent and Hydra Bob and then were really not happy about it? So, like, if they're gonna miss, I understand why it's better to miss high than miss low, both in terms of missing high has a change on the game, and missing low doesn't change the game. I think more often than not, at least if you play the game a lot, you'd rather have something change than have nothing change. Both of those misses low are their current playable stats too. Yeah, I mean the misses low. Like, how bad were the cards that they had to buff? Symbiote Spider-Man was quite bad. Gilgamesh and Black Swan were like okay, got better. Spend money, nerf, nerf, nerf. Money's worth 1 month. I think that would be true if the cards became like super unplayable. But like Sam Wilson's nerf seems very, very small. Like if they were nuking the cards from orbit, I think I would definitely be like, yeah, that's not great. But I think most of the nerfs have been good nerfs where they keep the card alive but make it not dominate the game. A big example of that I think was Agent Venom. Agent Venom, they missed high. That card was really nutty and it was taking over the game. And now it has like its own little niche. It's like, all right, you have to make a bit more of a commitment to build around Agent Venom, but there's still an interesting payoff for it. I do think ideally it would be nice if they didn't miss high quite as often. I think part of this is also coming from the fact that we've had some really, really good season pass cards since Surtur. So November, December, January, February, March. The last like half year have been season pass cards that have a defining impact on the metagame. And so if you're not a pass owner or like, I understand why Surtur fans might be a bit unhappy because they really hit them hard. But I'm also happy they hit Surtur hard because I stand by Surtur Scar was just a very stupid idea. I think that was bad card design. I think it was a bad philosophy. I think the idea that you get a scaling overstated 3-drop for the cost of playing overstated 4-drops, resulting in a 0-10, like, that felt like a baby's first card game mistake. That felt like something I would not expect a experienced designer to make a mistake with. I mean, it happens in all the games, you know? But, like, that one, I'm not really sure. I don't know what they were smoking when they were coming up with the Surtur design. So I do think these feelings are definitely more prevalent because the last like 5 months have been very pushed season pass cards. Even though not all of them have been super broken. Like I think Galacta struck a pretty good balance of being pushed but not game breaking. Like very strong, but the game didn't fully revolve around Galacta and anti-Galacta. What was December again? December was Galacta. Yeah, Surtur fucked the game pretty bad. Galacta had an impact, but not nearly as bad as Surtur. Iron Patriot, I mean, I think Iron Patriot's a pretty fucked up card. It didn't do as bad things to the metagame as some of the other ones did because it was so splashable, but I think that's a fucked up card that should be nerfed. Sam got probably the lightest nerf possible. And I think the stats say Sam Wilson is the better card than Iron Patriot, which I personally find surprising, but like that's what they've been saying. Agent Venom did break the game. So like out of the last like Agent Venom was a little bit further back. So out of the last like 6 months, most of them have either had a high impact or broken the game. It's because the Patriots cancel each other out. That could be part of it. The stats also say Iron Patriot is the most played card in the game. Yeah, because it doesn't require like any thought in building around it, right? Like you just, if you're building a deck that's putting points on the board as you want to do in a MarvelSnap game, why not play a 2/3 that just does that better than most other cards? Even adjusting for mirror matches, Sam has a higher win rate than Iron Patriot. I was thinking about that, and I do wonder if it's because even though they're both very easy includes, I wouldn't be surprised if Iron Patriot is being put in more bad decks. And if he's being put in more bad decks and not getting off the reduction as much, I could see that tanking the win rate a bit, just because the card is so highly played. Let me see if I can find the stats real quick, because we were talking about this earlier. I hope I don't have to scroll up a long time to find this. I probably will. It can't have been that long ago, right? It was in a discussion we were having earlier today. Oh my god, I just... Yeah, that's what I call browdy. That's amazing. I missed that. That's fucking funny. Where is the stats? Oh, I think we're coming up on it. I think I'm coming up on it. I should have just searched this, but... Where is it? There was so much yapping in the chat today. Bro, am I fucking stupid? Is it not here? Here it is. Found it. The untapped stats of one Sam Wilson and one Iron Patriot. I do want to say, the stats on Sam Wilson are kind of fucking disgusting. I think Sam Wilson is a card that people don't... Well, aside from Sanctum, I think people got mad at losing to Sam Wilson in Sanctum if they didn't have it, which is fair. I think this card feels less offensive than it is. It's like, I think a lot of people don't realize that this is the card they're losing to a lot of the time. I think a lot of people aren't great at, like, card evaluation, and that's why people get mad at 6 drops a lot. Because by the time you see a 6 drop, you're like, oh, the game is ending, and then if you lose, you're like, oh, fuck me. Gore was 20 power. Gore's the reason I lost. When a lot of the time, it's actually more to do with, like, what happened in the earlier turns. And I think Sam Wilson's one of those cards where it's, like, sneakily very strong. I don't even think it's that, like, hidden. It's just, I think it's underrated by the average player in terms of just how much work it is doing at winning the game. Because, I mean, I feel like at worst case, it's a 0-1 that you don't have to play. Sometimes that'll screw you over with locations, but I think it helps more than it hurts on average, especially with the addition of cards like Agamotto. Agamotto is a huge boost for this card. When Iron Patriot beats you, it slaps you in the face. Yes, 100%. When you lose to the Iron Patriot card, it is very obvious why you lost to it. When Cap beats you, it's by like a point or something, and so you're like, oh, I lost to Spectrum, or I lost to... But really, Cap's doing a bunch of that heavy lifting. That Vibranium Shield isn't the lightest. He's pulling his weight. They don't notice the 2-7 on board yet. I know this sounds dumb to like more experienced card game people, which I'm sure many of the people in the chat are. But I'm speaking in a very general sense. Like, I know I'm not blowing any minds here with this concept, but I do think it rings true. Enables Mockingbird, Elsa, Spectrum, Warrior Falls, Bridge, formerly Coal Obsidian. And what doesn't enable Clog? Yeah. I do think it has more positive outcomes than negative outcomes for sure. Also, like, it's good against Clog too, right? As long as you draw Sam Wilson, you can clog yourself and then prevent them from clogging you. How does a card have a 51% play rate not be addressed? I think that's a very fair question to ask. And I think the answer that they would probably give is, well, it's being allowed to do this because it's not defining an archetype. And I think that's the same for Sam. If Iron Patriot only went into a single deck or like 2 or 3 decks, this card would have been nerfed at like 30% play rate. But because it goes into so many things and isn't archetype specific, it gets more leeway. That's the trend I've noticed. Is that Sam and Iron Patriot get more leeway because they aren't deck definers. They're just like very strong 2-drops that go in a lot of decks. Because the play rate numbers, I think they get more concerned about play rate numbers for archetype defining things. Arsham, Hela, Clog, whatever. And these cards aren't as archetype defining. You could argue Sam is for ongoing. Imagine you have Doom at 50% play rate. Yeah, see, like, Doom wouldn't be allowed to get even close, right? I don't know what Doom's play rate was, but Doom requires so much more, like, specific build around than Iron Patriot or Sam. That's how they get away with it. The reason it's not addressed is because they bought the card. Isn't 50% play rate a huge win for them? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's a factor too. Like, I imagine from their perspective, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Either way, you're pissing off a large group of people. I think the difference is one of those people is more consistently spending $10 a month on it. So if I'm the big company and I'm stuck between two rocks that both have angry people, I think I'd be more inclined to let the people not paying me $10 be angry than the people paying me $10. Which doesn't mean they won't ever, nerf a season pass card. They will, but like, I understand how these cards are getting away with it more than some of the other ones. Because if you nerf it, you piss off all the people who bought it. We've seen that time and time again. And you make the other people happy. But who knows how much of that, like, making those people happy actually turns into, like, a positive result for them. And if you do it the other way, if you don't nerf it, then you piss off everyone else. You can't keep getting away with it, yeah. So I don't know, like, to me, even though Stam has the better stats, Iron Patriot is the more offensive card. Like, I dislike playing against it significantly more than I dislike playing against Sam Wilson. I think, realistically, they should probably shave a power from Sam. But, I mean, they should do that to Iron Patriot, too. I think both these cards could still be best in slot 3-drop set 2-2. And I think if they were non-season pass cards, the likelihood of that happening would probably be a bit higher. That's just my opinion. Anyway, let's go back to reading some of these answers. Could also shave a cost reduction. I think they go either way. I think you either shave a power or shave a reduction. I don't think they do both. But yeah, that's fine too. I think shaving the power is a better nerf though, because it interacts with the part of the card that it's all about, which is having the most power in a lane, rather than making the cost a little more awkward. Guys, I'm only missing speed in that ongoing deck. You could play this without speed, I bet. It's pretty good. What would you put in the speed spot? Are there any other good ongoings that are 3? I mean, it doesn't have to be an ongoing. You could unironically probably play the Punisher. Or Mr. Fantastic. Punisher probably fills the role a little better. Mystique, I think if you want to play Mystique, you should play the Ravonna Moonstone one. I think with this one you want more, because you just have less high roll things with Mystique. Fun deck though. Bruce Banner update. Is a 33% chance or 1 in 3? Because the patch notes reference both. Is it actually 33.33 and just left off to be a nice readable number? That's that's such a that's such a pedantic question. Firestar? Here, I can show Firestar. What happened to her? Nobody knows. All I can think of when I see the repeating numbers, the repeating, of course, part of the Leroy Jenkins meme. Is Moonstone okay to double the Gorgon? You could put Moonstone in. And she does have fine stuff here. But I think this deck really does want 3 3s. I think 3 3s is generally better. But it's probably not that. Just because it helps your curve out a lot better. Having 3s is also good because it means on 5, if you don't get Iron Man, you can go 3-2. Which I think is pretty important. Firestar, 6-4. On reveal. Each card you played last turn gains +3 power. What was the meta when this card came out? The meta was supposed to come out. This was supposed to come out during when Blob came out, I'm pretty sure. And then this was supposed to be the first card they were adding to the releasing a new card during the past week. Yeah, Christmas of 23. I think that sounds right. And then they started actually doing that in 2024, I believe. Why didn't this card come out? I mean, we don't know the real answer. I don't know if it would have been problematic or not. It's kind of hard to tell. It might have been. Seemed like a strong payoff for spam your cards out deck. How close is Thanos to being an above rate archetype? I don't think he's that close right now, but we played some Thanos earlier. It didn't feel terrible. It felt okay. I do worry he's going to take some collateral damage from people trying to get one over on like Arshim and Agamotto and stuff. But we'll see if that happens. But yeah, I don't know why this card never came out. It could have been they were having an issue getting it to work properly in the game. It could have been the design ended up being not what they wanted it to be. Not too sure. Would this card see play now? I bet you could probably build like a kind of spam your cards out deck around this. The idea many people had was you play Mysterio Hitmonkey on turn 5. Black Swan Dump, yeah. This card would see play now. I think so. You just like dump all your bounce stuff on 5 and then you make up for the power you lose by not bouncing by just giving them all +3. Traditionally, anytime you're giving multiple cards +3, it's pretty fucked up. +3 has a hell of a history in this game. Turns out the difference between the number 2 and the number 3 is pretty large. It's pretty large. Might the cube rate be low? Might be. Or you get Eliath. It's true, but they'd have to guess the lane. The card that never was, yeah. I'm sure we'll get this or something like this someday. She has a bunch of variants. Pretty fire variants too, might I add. Yeah, the Eliath risk is smaller because it's like hella. You have to win a 1 in 3. It's a shame they don't talk about unreleased cards much because I would love to hear if there's a story behind this card. I think they actually might have talked about this a little bit at one point, but someone would have to dive into the search function on Discord to be sure. But I feel like I vaguely remember that. Anyway, on to the next question. Was Doom really jumping off the charts that much to warrant another nerf? Can't say I've seen him played much at all, to be honest. Now he feels dead, and we'll definitely see Wayless play. Is that the intention? Doom is one of the strongest cards the last few weeks by no small margin. The goal of most nerfs is to create a reduction in win rate and or play rate, so we do expect that to happen. However, our goal is also to keep cards we have to weaken. However, our goal is also to keep cards we have to weaken competitive as often as possible. Doom is no exception. If we overshot the mark, time will tell and we can make a correction the other way. Well, the thing is, how? How do you make a correction the other way with Doom when you specifically outlined that this was the last option to nerf it? Right? To me, that says, well, if the game has changed a lot, we'll give it the power. We'll give it a point back in a year. That's Thor 10, Doom 99, he's now Shangable. Cinema. Who is better in your opinion? Rocket and Groot or Sam Wilson? Sam Wilson. I think between the two cards, Sam Wilson is the stronger card. Now, depending on what you like to play, you could make an argument for Rocket and Groot, especially if you're missing a lot of other good 3-drops, but I don't think you can go wrong with either of those cards. I think you'll be happy with either card, but in a straight head-to-head of who's better, I think it's Sam Wilson. Continuation. You stated that there are exactly as many nerf season pass cards as buffed. We have to take into account the season pass card is the only paywall card that normal players can't get otherwise, unless they wait a month. The moment they can get it, the strong ones are nerfed. On top of that, buffing is not even close to nerfing. When card is being nerfed, this means he is considerably better than a lot of the other cards there are in this slot. As for bugging when we had a bad card, for example, let's say Loki, and we buff him, that doesn't mean he will be weighted exactly as how the shield value that it provided. What the fuck? What the fuck is he saying here? As for bugging when we have a bad card, example, let's say Loki, and we buff him, that doesn't mean he will be weighted exactly as how the shield value that it provided. Oh, okay. So they're saying it's different. Sure. I would love to see if you have something to add to this. And considering it all will make a season pass cards. Do you believe nerfing is weighted heavier than buffing? Mentioning question asked, which is about the frequency of which you nerf cards, not the intensity. You're asking a different question, but yes, in general, the nerfs we make are more impactful than the buffs. Yeah, it's not surprising. It's because they have different goals. The purpose of a nerf is to correct a clear, measurable problem. We're not trying to create new problems when we buff cards. Just improve the rate of play available, and a soft touch accomplishes that goal most of the time. However, we don't try to make heavy nerfs when we can avoid them, and historically, those can land too soft as well. Doom 2099 and Surtur are both recent examples. A harsher hand there would have been better. We'd rather have to cut them twice to do undo damage by being cavalier with a nerf. We'd rather have to cut twice and do undo damage. Okay, so they're saying we'd rather be lighter with the nerf and then do it again than going too hard at once, which as a general rule of thumb, I understand that. Like, I think that kind of makes sense. What's the go-to Loki now? For me, it was this. This was my go-to Loki deck. I don't know if it'll be the go-to Loki deck or not, but this is the one that worked for me. Felt pretty good. I think in general, Loki can slot into a lot of mid-range decks if your goal is to improve your matchup into other mid-range decks. Or Arsham. I think that's where that card is going to go. So if you're playing like a solid mid-range, just play out your creatures and play some points on the board and do that kind of thing. I think unless your deck is super synergy focused, Loki's not necessarily a bad include. We'll have to give it a bit of time to tell if it's really optimal to be running it in a lot of decks, but it certainly felt good for me in this deck in the 17 games I played. We Loki'd a good amount of the time, and I can say that most of the time I Loki'd, I was pretty happy with the result. But I was also Loki'ing on earlier turns, generally. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with Loki. Mid-range decks and Arsham seem to be the spots for this card right now. And I do think the meta is going to lean mid-range, which is good for Loki. So if that's the way things shake out, we'll see. Like I think how it's gonna go is we're gonna see a lot of people focus on these mid-range Loki decks, and then when it's taking up a large portion of the meta, that's when people are gonna be like, okay, how do we beat this? And you're gonna see more focus on Mobius, Gorgon, synergistic decks like Discard, etc. Time for High Evo to shine. Ika did well with High Evo today. I am skeptical to endorse High Evo, but I can show his deck because he did pretty well with it. CD post on Twitter. If he did, I will repost it. He has not posted it on Twitter yet. But that's okay because he sent it anyway, so I can pull it up. If you guys don't know Ika, you should check him out. He's a fun dude to watch stream who is also good at the game. Make sure I'm getting his Twitch right for the shout out. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Ika MTS. Show him some love. Entertaining dude, good at the game. This was his deck. And he did pretty well with it. And generally speaking, I like how it's built. I'm not 100% if I'm on the Shang-Chi train or not. or even the Bruce Banner train, to be honest. But that comes from a large amount of just hatred for the design of this card. It sounded like it went pretty well for him. And Shang probably does get you some surprise cubes. Ain't nobody expecting that from High Evo. But yeah, I don't know. I think this seems like a reasonable build. I do wonder if like another big idiot would be better, or like a way to draw your big idiots, but seems okay. Clearly it did more than okay for him. I don't know what he was running into though. In theory, it's not a bad matchup for or it's not a good matchup for Loki. Running Goliath over Shang-Chi. Now that is one they are certainly not going to see coming. I think the card Juggernaut might just be better than Shang-Chi for this deck. Because you can use it offensively or defensively. Like, don't get your Kyera, protect your big lane with a Jug. Ahead on Prio and need to go for another lane, boom, Jug 'em. That's one possible thing you could try. But in general, I mean, I faced some people playing this deck or a similar deck, and it seemed okay. Thanks for the follow, Disco Dazzy. Let's do a little bit more looking into... I want to see... I always like reading the... I always like seeing the feedback on the... So what I do is I look better Bruce card, like what to put in the Bruce spot. Probably Iron Patriot. Probably just fucking Iron Patriot. You can also try like making it a little bit more affliction focused and running Abomination, like adding a Scorpion and then throwing in a bomb for the Shang or something. Another way you could go about it. So looks like people are pretty split on this. Pretty close thumbs downs to fire emojis. People were pretty split. People liked these. Well, the ratio is better at least. And then usually here's where people give like their overall sentiment. So you have about 2-to-1 in terms of fire to negative emoji. Which, I mean, that kind of tracks, I think. The real fun part, though, is going in here. Although it doesn't look like there are a lot of comments. Basically, the places I always check, I check Twitter, I check this, and I usually check the comments of KM's video. Those are like the three main places I go to vibe check what the general... It's not the true general population, but like the general content population. Very exclusively play Thanos. I'm glad they're taking the direction of buffing the stats rather than changing the text. I don't think Thanos is perfect, but yeah. I mean, I'd be happy if I were a huge Thanos player, I'd be pretty happy with this change. It's not perfect, but it helps. Stop nerfing Doom, Madge. I hate Doom change, Madge. Good patch. Problem with Hela isn't its power, the power of the discard cards, that it can drop 30 points. Brother, I don't know how to say this. I mean, I get that the random part is the frustrating part, but it is the power that is killing you. Taking away power does matter, and they took away a lot of power. It's not going to make, if you hate playing against Hela, it's not going to make you hate it all that much less, but it means it might beat you less, which should be a positive outcome. But it's funny to be like, the problem's in power, but it can drop 30 points. It's like, yeah, if it's dropping 30 points, that's kind of a power problem. Doom and the co-working with Sam Shield did not seem to be hurting the meta. I feel like the nerfs were not needed. How these changes were made while the negative deck is still going unfazed is very concerning. Yeah, I mean, I don't think these were must-have changes, but I also think it's wild to be like, please nerf Mr. Negative. I think Mr. Negative doesn't always create the most fun gameplay experience, but it doesn't strike me as a card that really is so offensive you need to nerf it. Because we just have enough ways to check it. Hello wasn't the problem. The problem was bad decision making the Scar change. When he could easily stay as a 6/10 with a -1 cost discount. Still get the same effect. Scar would be a much worse card. Scar would be a significantly worse card if they went that route. Back to making Hella unplayable. I really don't think she's unplayable. Time will tell, but I do not think the card Hella is unplayable right now. Subtracting strike to Hella's enablers makes the deck even better at dodging priority. I mean, sure. I don't think Shang-Chi was a very great Hella answer, though, unless your deck was very consistent at throwing priority. Hate the Doom nerf, Sag. So, that's the big complaints of the patch so far seem to be Doom heads are sad and Hella heads are sad. That seems to be the big takeaway for me, is that they have made the Doom and the Hella people sad. I have more sympathy for one of those groups than the other. Not gonna lie. But even as a fellow Doom head who does like playing Doom time to time, I can at least understand the reasoning, even if I don't feel like it was super problematic in the games I was playing. I will say it did feel fucked up playing this card in Arsham. When you can consistently play this card on turn 3 always without having to rely on Zabu or Psylocke, like, yes, you get less often in Arsham. It still showed up a lot. That's what I learned playing Arsham on the Secret Saturday or Secret Sunday stream. Was that you get this card on turn 3 a lot in Arsham, and it's pretty fucked up when you do. It wouldn't surprise me if this change gets reverted at some point, but not soon. It's just like, this feels like a card that's suffering from like the low numbers problem, where it's like they wanted to shave off a little more power, but it's a real big jump from 1 to 0. Doom died for the sins of being a bad design. Yeah, I don't think it was even personal biases aside, I don't think it was the greatest card design. Genuinely, the main reason I like this card is not because of the gameplay it encouraged. It's because I like that it made fucking this card playable again. Because I like this card. Yeah, there's no levers on it. I completely agree with that. It's like old Galactus, right? When they didn't have a lot of levers to tweak on that card. It's like there's just not much you can do with this because, I mean, I guess they could have made it back to a 4/2 if they wanted to be real light, but I think they were worried that wouldn't have the effect they want to have. I am curious how dominant this card was, though. It had to have been stronger at like the average playing level than I'm aware of. Which, I mean, that kind of tracks for these types of cards, like Surtur. It's like, it's very easy to play. You could teach a 3-year-old how to play a Doom deck. It's very easy. There's not a lot of room for error. I think usually the only time there was, like, an error was when Doom accidentally put a bot where you didn't want him to and it clogged up a lane. Which Sam Wilson was very good at helping to stop. Sort of like the Doom design. It's the only thing keeping one card per turn relevant, since Electro isn't really around anymore. Yeah, they could pump up the Doom bot. They could pump the Doom bots up again, make it not buff Doctor Doom, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's another way you could do it. I don't know. To me, this feels like in like a year from now, when power creep has continued to progress, this will get a unnerf to the 4-1 or 4-2 bots. Like, going off of like the history, this seems like a card that is going to stay where it is until power creep jumps up a level, and then they're like, okay, we can chance on nerfing it. But I could be totally wrong on that, because that's how I felt about fucking High Evolutionary, and they've been leaving this card in the dirt. I actually hate that the buff to High Evo was a Bruce Banner buff. I hate that so much. I'm not surprised, I'm just disappointed. It's basically the story of Werewolf. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the story of Werewolf, right? Werewolf was a nutty card. It was really strong. It got nerfed. Power creep crept up, and then they slowly unnerfed it. I would not be surprised to see Doom have a similar fate. It does suck a bit if you're a Doom head, though, because that means it's going to be... I mean, I don't know for sure it's trash right now, but... I will say, when they did the first Doom nerf, it was very noticeable to me, the impact. Like, I was keeping track of the games I lost because of the Doom nerf. So hitting it with that same nerf again is like, ooh. I feel like it's going to hit pretty hard. And this time, it didn't even get a point to compensate, right? Last time, at least when they nerfed the bots, they buffed Doom himself. Which wasn't always relevant, but it was relevant sometimes. Now you didn't even get a trade-off buff. It's like, ooh, not great. Not great. Were there any other comments that I missed? I don't think there were that many other good ones. Someone confused about the changes. Yeah, it's not that great. All right, well, since we checked out most of them, I might as well check out the final place I like to look. Be cool if Doom made a Doom bot if you played the same or fewer cards than your opponent. That's an interesting idea. All right, this is the last place I like to check. I'll drop a like. KM's comments. All right, let's see what people have to say. Saw someone bash Bruce Banner. Yeah, we talked about that. Wasn't expecting the Doom nerf. Shield being 0. Rip Marvel Boy and Kazar synergy. Bringing Death down to a 7 would have been a nice way to reduce Hela. Yeah, although I feel like doing a death change is just a band-aid, because eventually they're going to make a 8 power card, or an 8 cost card. Then it'll pop up again. The Wolverine buff and free null is a huge buff for destroy. Huge might be overselling it. Or if Doom only cares about a single character played. That would be funny if you could play Agamotto in Doom. Welcome to the Loki meta, 91% win rate. I really wish the average viewer wasn't so obsessed with the win rate, but them's the breaks. Because I promise you, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's me. I'm not. You aren't going to maintain a 91% win rate over a larger sample. And it's like, it's just the game, you know. It's don't hate the player, hate the game. I don't really dislike people posting with win rate stats because it's just the audience would have to change, not the people creating the content for that to change. Because, I mean, I'm doing the same thing, right? Like, I'm like, whoa, this deck had a 76% win rate. I don't think it would have maintained that if I went up to, like, a 50-game sample or something, but... By reading KM's comment section, I am. What's up, Dinesh? I like to do... I was saying earlier, I like to do a temperature check on the OTAs, and so I go to Twitter, I go to the Discord, and then I go to KM's comments. Those are the 3 places I go to get, like, a read on how people are reacting to the patch. because it helps fill me in on what like more average players are like feeling. And so far what we've taken away is that the Doom Bros and the Hella Bros are sad. There are like 3 people who are really stoked about the Wolverine change. And those have been the big takeaways. Sam Wilson replacement until he shows up in my token shop. Probably just the next best 2-drop that you feel fits your deck. Temperature ever not hot? Sometimes. I mean, you always have a few people who are mad about any given patch, but I feel like the last OTA was kind of... a lot of people were lukewarm on. But I think that's because all the Surtur bros got their anger out during the first nerf. The writers are psychotic. There's a reason I don't check Reddit. There's a reason Reddit is not on my list of places to check. I personally think the MarvelSnap subreddit is a bit of a fucking dumpster fire. And that comes from someone who is very open about criticizing the game. I find there is usually little of value there. PogChamp OTA. Not a fan of the Doom nerf. Yeah, so more of the same here. I don't expect it to be super different. As a move bounce gamer, I feel like the Sam Wilson nerf is massive for move bounce. You now bounce the shield if need be at 0 cost, making Toxin bigger. If you're on Falcon, you don't have to worry about picking it up. I mean, it probably does help, but were move bounce decks running Sam Wilson before? Maybe they will now. I don't know if they have space for that. I feel like the move bounce lists are always very tight. They don't have a lot of free slots. But I mean, yeah, it technically does make it significantly less clunky on that deck, so maybe. What's funny is Wolverine didn't even scale for the first few months of the global release. Then the patch came around. Yeah, I remember that. I was there for that. My only gripe is they didn't do this Loki change before he was in Spotlight. Everyone said he was mid, but that second enter might buff him before he was in caches. That didn't happen, so I skipped and now they buff. Yeah, this is a very valid complaint, I think. And frankly, I genuinely don't understand why they make this decision. Like... I think this is just setting, like, look, if you do a buff what's in the caches, are some people going to be like, oh, look at second dinner, they're buffing the card, so we buy it. But it's like, bro, who fucking cares? Like, if they already were on record saying they wanted to buff it anyway, wouldn't you rather them buff it when there's a chance for you to get it through the spotlights than doing it 2 weeks later where you missed out and now the only way you get it is through the tokens, which are significantly harder to get? Like, that just doesn't... That feels like an oversight on the their acquisition system, you know? Like, we've seen both sides of this song and dance before. We've seen them buff a card when it's in the week and buff, like, weeks later. And I think generally, people end up a lot less happy when they do it after. So, I mean, as far as OTA criticism, that's probably my biggest criticism of the OTA is... They should have done this change 2 weeks ago when Loki was available. And because the reason they didn't, I thought the reason they didn't do the Loki change during the Spotlight week was because it was going to be more of a rework. I thought they were going to take it back to the shop and change the text a little. But if you're just making a power change or a cost change, I don't think you really have an excuse for pushing it 2 weeks after you just had, like... And I feel like it would be better business for them. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they secretly make more money from getting people to buy it with tokens because tokens are more expensive. But like, I feel like they have to have some incentive to be like, hey, it doesn't hurt to buff this card while it's in spotlights. Maybe people will spend their keys. It's like when they buff a card that goes in a bundle or whatever. Like, I would think that would make sense for them, but I don't know. I genuinely don't understand. I might actually ask that. I very rarely post in the Discord, but I might actually ask that as a question because I do think this is the wrong approach. I don't like this approach. It's not an approach like I'm individually affected by, but it's not one I'm a fan of. Wonder how much they make off keys versus tokens. I think they've got to make more off the tokens because the tokens come at a premium and they are drip fed slower than keys. Does anyone know how many tokens you get a week if you're like free to play or pass only? I know you get like 1 point something keys a week. I don't know how many tokens you get. Later, Lou. Thanks for hanging. Will poor Orca get a rework? Who knows? Poor bro is just lost drifting in the sea. I think Cole, Obsidian, and Sam was OP. Probably the main reason I planned to pull for him. It's like 300 tokens a week off the track. If that's the case, then I would bet they make way more money off tokens than keys. It's so funny when you think about it, because the problems with spotlights was a very predictable problem. And a few people, myself included, brought it up when they came out. Not a lot of people wanted to hear it. How can you criticize this system when it's better than the old system? It's like, give it time, bro. Give it time. Because, I mean, the math painted a very clear picture to me. And the only way they could have offset that was with more regular series drops or a better schedule. And they didn't do either of those things. Makes sense they changed to a predictable problem because they were scrambling to fix acquisition or their game would die. Yes, 100%. Free to play is about 800 to 900 on average per week if you roll 4 keys every 4 weeks. Oh, from like adding in the duplicate token. And now we're back there. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't envy the predicament they find themselves in. I don't think it would be a fun time trying to fix the monetization for this game. But they sure put themselves between a rock and a hard place. They sure have. And the funny thing, or at least it's funny to me, is that even though like a lot of people like to call them greedy, and I'm not going to call them not, I think they actually leave a lot of money on the table when it comes to really profiting the most they can off the super whales. And given that's where most of your money comes from in mobile games, I think that's a mistake. Part of the strategy to fix monetization seems to be more cards for playing the events. Well, that helps a bit with card acquisition. I don't know if it helps as much with monetization. Like they're related, but what's the play plan for Thanos Loki decks? I haven't played a Thanos Loki deck, so I'm not too sure. I think the general rule of thumb, though, is if you have Loki in your deck and you're playing against another mid-range good cards deck, you play the Loki card as soon as possible. That's my advice. If you're running into someone playing just good stats for cost, you should be playing Loki as early as possible, and it will probably benefit you. They messed up the mastery system and whales don't even like it. That is a fantastic example. The mastery system was made in a way where they were giving people free stuff that was kind of cool, and they were trying to create a more deep chase for the whales to go for, to farm them for as much money as possible. And I think they fucked that up tremendously. I think it's actually under talked about. I mean, I know people talk about it a bit, but I think it's underemphasized how damaging that actually is because of how mobile monetization works and how the small group make the most of the money. Like whiffing on a feature that you spent a lot of time and presumably resources to make, that obviously has certain goals to justify that time and effort. You have a video on what you want to see for the mastery? Coming soon. We talked about it a lot on Monday or Tuesday. Whatever day Dexter rated me, I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, it was new card day. I'm gonna do a video on it. I've been dragging my feet a little bit. I've been busy, but yeah, I'm hopefully gonna get that out this week. I've said a lot of things about it on stream, but yeah, like TLDR, I think Mastery needs some kind of targeting system, and I think that base ink and gold rates should be better than they are. I think those are the big things you need to do to make Mastery feel like it doesn't suck. So how do they mess up Mastery from the whale perspective? Good question. Here's what I have run into. And keep in mind, I say this as someone, like, I've spent a bunch of money on this game, but I don't put myself in the same category as I think the whales they're trying to target with this. I do not think I was the target demographic. So I want to be clear that I'm not being like, oh, I don't love it, therefore the system isn't doing its job. I think I actually have a little bit more of a favorable opinion of it than the average person does, believe it or not. But anyway, back to the point. Mastery added a lot of customization options. So if we go to Storm, I have this cool looking Storm. I maxed her out because I have all these fucking variants, and I have all these different things I can put on her. And it's like, this is neat. But this isn't how they're making money, right? I didn't pay any money to do this. You could say, well, you paid money for the variants over time, and sure, that's true. But that's not money they're making as a result of Mastery. These were all freebies that I got with the update. No, the way they designed it to be monetized is, well, maybe you like this new Wakandan gold tech. Or in Storm's example, this new Galactic Storm secondary effect. What if I wanted to put this effect on the Galactic Storm background? That seems pretty cool, right? The goal was to get people chasing that. Because my term for them is split whales. The split whales already do this with gold ink and or gold crackle and inked crackle, right? That was the super sought after thing. It was more rare. It's considered the god split of the game, right? That's what most people really liked and were chasing. And so the point of Character Mastery was to give new god splits to chase. The problem is that the odds of getting a specific combo are so fucking small that people just give up. Because even if you want to dump a irresponsible amount of money, there's a very high chance you will not get that one specific thing you're looking for. And from what I've picked up on talking about it and seeing what other people have to say about it, a lot of people are pretty particular about the things they end up liking. So a lot of people might not like Gilded Prism or the Rays or Galactic Storm or whatever. So let's say I'm someone who fire is my favorite and I want to get a fire on fire effect. I'm going to get so many things along the way that I don't like and make me feel bad about splitting the card a bunch. And there's no, like, it's not even that it's not a guarantee. There's no even, like, high or reasonable percentage that you're actually going to get the special thing you want. And because they added so many things, the odds of it are just insanely low. And at the same time, they also lowered how often you're getting inked and gold base cards. There's a little bit of protection for the inked crackle and gold crackle, so the rates on that aren't lower. They're a little bit higher. But if you care about base ink and base gold cards, they are not as common to get anymore. And I think for a lot of players, this is more the general population than the whales, that hasn't felt good. But I also know some whales who've been pretty unhappy with that too. Because there are a lot of whales who aren't really into the new effects and just like to chase their inks and golds and stuff, and it's shittier for them now. But the real failure is making the odds and options so big that even for someone who wants to spend like hundreds, if not more, dollars splitting characters, like you could probably spend a fucking $1,000 on splitting a character and not necessarily get the combo you want. And that's great for your business strategy if people are actually dumb enough to do that. But what seems to be happening is people are crashing and burning along the way, where they're like, they're not spending that much money. They get discouraged after a handful of bad splits and then just stop splitting. Or split less, or spend less. So that's kind of the big flaw with Mastery, I think. Is I think the goal of Mastery was to juice those players for all they were worth. And in many cases, I think it has actually put off those players. Every time I've polled it, and I mean, this is a more general population poll, but it is pretty stark how many people either feel like splitting is worse now, or at the very least, they don't want to split more than they did before. It's a very small percentage that seems to like it better. I can speak to that personally in that I feel significantly less motivation to split my cards. What's the song? It's in the top left. This is Trans by Gorilla. Feel no motivation for the split itself because it's such a crapshoot. Only splitting now to reach mastery level like 10 to get guaranteed diffraction. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people in that boat. Like, a lot of people have like one thing they like a lot from mastery, like frosted glass or psychedelic or refraction or whatever. And so that's been fine. Like, psychedelic was my favorite for a while. More recently, I've been liking the frosted glass. So like, I think these are cool, but these don't do anything for the these don't do anything for them as a company, right? Like, they're not making any money off this, which is what the system wants to do, because this is free and it's too unlikely for me to chase getting a secondary effect with it, so I just won't. I'm just like, won't do it. I've been splitting Bill since way before they really introduced Mastery. I've only gotten one split with Crackle. I'm still splitting Bill, yeah. Like, it took me from someone who was really into getting an inked or a gold on new cards that I liked playing to someone who cares about that significantly less now. Like, if I really like a card, like I really like Agamotto, sure, I'll still split it, but I'm not like going out of my way to pay extra to do that. I feel less inclined to do that because my odds are lower. Like, I would say the system has largely cut back on my interest rather than juiced it. What if you could pin an effect for your split? Like, you hit fire background, so you can pin fire and chase a fire god split. That is pretty much one of the most important things that I think they could do to turn this around. That's actually, like, aside from just buffing ink and gold a bit, I think that is exactly what they need to do. I think if you give people a thing where they can pin something so they can target it a little bit so they know the odds aren't so disastrous, I think the system can work. I think that's actually the best way to fix it, at least with their original design intentions. So non-whale loves splitting and variants. I'm in love with Mastery. Still need to split. Never played to split. I still think the system's better because there are more options. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who like all the options. I feel like I've fallen into the boat of, like, I do like the options too. Like, I like that I can do something cool like this, or give Enchantress these spirals. So, like, I'm pretty, like, middle ground. I dislike that it made ink and gold so much rarer, but I have had fun making my cards more, like, thematically done. And it hasn't really cost me anything to do that. I'd probably like it a little more if I felt it was reasonable to, like, chase a split that had a cool combo, but I'm kind of middle of the road. But I was never their target audience anyway, right? Like, they obviously want, you know, the non-whales to like the feature too. But in terms of what's bringing in the money for this feature, it's 100% the split whales. And I think they kind of flubbed it for the split whales from the ones I've talked to. Effects about Mastery or above Mastery 10 are so obtainable because the split only gives 15 points. Yeah, that's another thing that I think should also be changed. I think that they should make splitting count for more XP. Like, Good example, Arrow. I've split this card a shit ton of times. I have a decently high mastery level, 23, pretty high. But let's say I wanted to max it out. Let's say I wanted to unlock some of the later effects. I wanted to get the Arrow reaction set. Let's say I live in an alternate reality where I find this appealing. It would take so many splits to do this. It would take so many splits for me to do this. Now, mind you, I own every Arrow variant in the game except one bundle variant. I've done everything the mastery system wants me to do. I own a ton of variants. I've split the card like 20 times. I've checked all the boxes and gotten a golden banana arrow along the way. But if my goal was to get the emoji react or some of these higher tier things, I would have to split the card so many more times. I'm almost out of boosters. I have 172 boosters left for Arrow because of how many times I've split it. I've played this card a ton. I've played hundreds of hours with this card. And I'm near the point, and I actually was at the point of Mastery releasing, where I couldn't split it anymore because I was out of boosters. So it's like, what am I supposed to do? Just do nothing but invest my resources in this one card for the next 6 months or something to get there? It just doesn't feel very good. I think splits just need to count for more. I think the splits count for too little in the later XP. Yeah, I use the booster shop too, but even if you do that, it takes a long time. And the booster shop trick is great if you don't have a lot of variants, but it's a little more annoying if you have a ton of variants like this card, because it can take you a while for you to like get enough of them to show up to split. Because one day it might show me this one, and one day it might show me this one, and I have to slowly upgrade them all. The booster shop thing is great. One of my favorite things in the game, honestly. The booster shop single-handedly made me care about splitting new cards again. Like, actually one of the greatest updates, I think, in the game. But yeah, it's like Mastery has, I think, a reasonable idea that needs better execution. And I mean, I'm optimistic that they have an incentive to get there, because I just don't think they're getting the return they want on it right now. I could be totally off base. I could be wrong. For all we know, there are people spending a lot of money to do this. But all I can say is the people I have talked to, and it is multiple different people, who are in the kind of boat of the target demographic for this feature, have not responded to it positively. So, and we've already seen them make a change pretty quickly to it. The change didn't fix a lot of the issues, but it did ease some of the frustrations in terms of lowering the rays and the bananas. But I think we're going to see a bigger overhaul or rework or addition or change or something. Because I can't imagine it's actually hitting the goals they want it to hit right now. It just doesn't seem likely to me. How are you even supposed to progress Mastery with newer cards? Most releases have very few variants. The answer, very slowly. That's the neat part, you don't. I think that's also another reason they should buff splitting XP. Because when the new card comes out and there are like 2 variants for it, even if you want to pay money, what are you doing? Like, it's very slow to level. Like, for context, I have spent thousands of dollars on this game and a whole lot of time on it. And I'm someone who likes buying cosmetics. I have 1 level 30. I could get Iron Man to level 30. He's pretty close. But, like, I have 1 level 30 after spending, I don't know off the top of my head, maybe $5,000 over 3 years I've played this game or something. I have 1 level 30. And I probably wouldn't even have this if they didn't give us a free Ultimate Storm early at the game's launch, this one. And includes Storm in 1 million passes and bundles and stuff. There are a lot of Season Pass variants in here. Now, fortunately for me, I don't actually care about hitting level 30 that much, because I don't find these things particularly appealing. There are some really good ones, though, for like Helicarrier. Some of the emotes are really funny. Better for worse, Mastery is like the album's cracking territory. Well, I mean, I think Mastery in general is more for the average player than albums are, just because of the free stuff with it. But chasing combos is cracking territory. It always will be. But I think they need to make it actually a little bit more enticing to get those people to bite, because I don't think they're biting right now. And then, by extension, you also make the average player enjoy it more too. Like, this emote is hilarious. I love the Helicarrier emote. I don't particularly feel like doing the math right now, but I could do the math and figure out what it would take to get there. And I can promise you it would be many months of resources. It would be many months of resources. But in general, here's the pattern I've noticed. When Second Dinner introduces a new monetization feature, they swing for the fences on release and try and extract as much money from it as possible. And then they gradually make it better for the larger player base. Now, I think they might have swung and missed a little in terms of extracting that most amount of money possible. But a good example of this are the borders, right? Remember when borders came out and everyone was like, fuck, man, the borders are so expensive. You really want me to pay all this money for a border that I can only use on one character? And now look at it. It's like, bro, all these borders I have sitting here are not things that I've paid for. Well, all right, not 100% true. Like, this green cosmic was left over from the premium pass or whatever. So, like, a few of these are paid for, but the majority of these are things I got for free. I don't really spend money on borders very often. So, like, this is kind of the example I like to use talking about it, where it's like, they released borders, they were kind of a whale feature, and then they became more accessible for everybody. They did the same thing with albums. Albums felt very inaccessible at the start, unless you were someone who really liked to like buy out the store and stuff. But over time, they introduced character albums. They did smaller albums. They did more 700s. I didn't buy any of the cards here. I don't think I bought any of these either. I just gradually completed them over time. Now, did I complete them a bit faster because I was leveling up the collection track? For sure. But in general, I think even if you aren't completing albums, if you're just getting to like, you know, the midway point or whatever and getting some free resources out of it, albums started as a thing that was only for whales, and I think in general, they've had a more positive reception over time. So my hope with Mastery is that the same kind of thing happens. That they, that in general, they tweak it and they make it more accessible and they make it better at doing its intended thing, and it gets better over time for everybody. That's my hope. Because I think it would be silly for them to not do that. But only time will tell. That's basically the gist of it. At this point, I should probably just crop this stuff into the YouTube video, but I'll probably just record it as its own video. 2 green cosmic from Alliance rewards this week. True. I kind of forgot about that. Yep. I was going to say I have to grab more bounties, but I actually finished my bounties for the week already. I'll pick these, though. How's the Alliance doing? We're like halfway. Did you do your impressions on the OTA? Yeah, I talked about it at the start of stream. I actually didn't look at the OTA before starting stream, so if you want a live, unfiltered reaction, you look at the start of stream. That was kind of my I'm seeing it for the first time reaction. In general, decently happy with it. Probably biggest critique is I really wish they buffed high evo in another way rather than buffing Banner. But how was Wolf in this deck? Pretty good. I liked it. I think it could very easily be Copycat too, but I have an affinity for Wolf. I think Wolf's a really fun card to play. There are some situations where he can be a little awkward, but sometimes he also does things that Copycat wouldn't be as good at doing. So it's really a pick your poison kind of thing, but I liked it. I thought it was good. Worked well for me. Yeah. I do think this does add a level of difficulty to piloting it. So like I think if you want a bit more like just I think if you want more straightforward play patterns, you should not play the Wolf. Even as someone who's played a lot of this game, the Wolf still gets me sometimes in terms of like you really got to think through your actions and plan ahead better. If you like that, then the Wolf is probably a huge plus. Not everyone likes that though. So if that's not really your thing, don't feel bad about dropping the Wolf. I don't think that spot moves the needle massively. I think the rest of the deck is so strong, you can kind of go either way and still find a lot of success. I got Banner to Hulk out for the first time today thanks to the buff. Nice. Banner's in my shop right now. It's true. I'll let you in on a secret. There's a reason Banner's in my shop. He's the only card I don't own. And I'll let you in on another secret. I could have got this card for free through the event, and I chose to get cosmetics instead. That's how deep my Banner dislike runs. I had the resources to get this for free, and I was like, nah, I don't think I'm going to get this card. Could have done it. But I was like, nah, I don't really feel like it. Now, do I regret that decision now that he's buffed? Maybe a little bit, but not a ton. I don't feel like I'm missing out too much on it. Mainly because I just don't like the design of this card. And I feel like it would put me in a lot of situations. Like, it's not as bad as Danger Room anymore, but I don't like Danger Room, the card, being a thing. I think it's a thematic design that I think promotes unfun gameplay for one side or the other. And I very much hope it's not a design they try and do more of. And I think given the very poor reception the card has had, they probably won't. I mean, in one of the dev answers a while ago, they like flatly said, we know this isn't a card that competitive players will like. So they didn't push to make it a super competitive card. I'm pretty sure, I'm paraphrasing, but like, I'm pretty sure that was the gist of what they said. Was like, yeah, we didn't push super hard on this card because we know competitive players are not, more competitively minded people aren't into this kind of effect. This is more of a Timmy card. And I was really pleased to see that because, like, I think by and large, they don't factor in the, you know, the small top percentage very much because it just affects such a small part of their game. Eventually, the stuff trickles down usually and whatnot and affects everybody, but they've said many times they don't balance around the top end because, well, there are a variety of reasons why it's not super beneficial to do that. What's the deal with his belt in this? Does the belt help control the transformation or something, or is it just an aesthetic choice? Is there lore here? What? A man needs a reason for a nice belt? Fair enough. I'm not sure I'd call it nice. It's a little gaudy, but it's definitely a belt. Does a similar thing to Nebula, but worse game design in every way, yeah. I thought you were talking about the belt for a minute. Thought we were still talking about the belt. All right, well, we had some pretty productive things happen today. I'm not sure really what else I want to try with the OTA. I'm less interested in trying out cards that were changed, and more interested in trying out decks that were really bad into Hela to see how they might fare in the current metagame. You know, we were talking about Loki before, but something like this could be a good deck against Loki because a lot of these cards are kind of dog shit when you don't draw the cards to combo with them. Like if a Loki's drawing my 1-mana Bucky Barnes and does Loki reduce cards to 0? I don't remember. I think he does. Been a while. Yeah. Or a 0-mana Squirrel Girl. They're not going to be loving life too much. Some games they'll still get the combos, right? They'll still get my destroy effect and a thing to destroy it with, but I'm very curious to see how a deck like this lines up into presumably more people trying out Loki, because I really like this deck. It felt good to me against a good variety of things, but you just couldn't ever touch Hela. Like, Hela just always ran over you. So with less Hela in the metagame, like, this is a thing I'm excited to try, and other decks like that. So that's probably on the docket for tomorrow. And we'll probably try more Loki decks. Maybe I'll try Doom just to see how it is after the change and stuff. But I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I'm kind of tired. Good stream, though. Solid 6.5 hour stream. Started late today because basically the stream schedule, I'm going to try and keep it to like late morning into the afternoon, except on OTA days, and new card days will also be a little later start. OTAs will probably be quite a bit later start because OTAs drop late in the day. And I mean, who really wants to watch people play a bunch of the game right before a patch, right? It's just not as exciting. Anyway, I'm going to find someone to raid. I hope you had fun. It was a good stream. It was fun chatting with y'all. As usual, back for more tomorrow. I'll send you guys over to the one, the only Elephant of Fudge. Show him some love. If you liked the stream, drop a follow. Let's know when I go live, all that jazz. Other than that, have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.